Ναι, ναι. Ένα, ένα. Μας ακούς? Ωραία.
Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the delay. We will start our conference shortly. We just have to wait for the governor. He's on the way. Something important had to stop him. So I apologize for the delay.
You're not alone. Alone. You're not alone. Alone. You're not alone. You're not alone.
Μέρα σας. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλώς ήρθατε στο τελικό συνέδριο διάδοσης των αποτελεσμάτων του έργου EXTRA-SMEs. Το έργο EXTRA-SMEs αφορά την ενίσχυση της ανταγωνιστικότητας και της εξωστρέφειας των μικρομεσαίων επιχειρήσεων, οι οποίες δραστηριοποιούνται στον ευρύτερο χώρο της υδατοκαλλιέργειας. Ladies and gentlemen, dear partners, good morning. Welcome to Greece, welcome to Loutraki, and welcome to the final results dissemination event of the EXTRA-SMEs. As all you know, EXTRA-SMEs is the European program, comes from the program of Interreg Europe, and within the frame of European Territorial Cooperation. Θα μεταφράζω μερικές φράσεις στα αγγλικά για τους εταίρους μας. Τώρα, θα ήθελα να περιμένουμε λίγο τον πατέρα Νικόλαο. Συγγνώμη για την καθυστέρηση. As you all know, the project is financed by the European Regional Development Fund. The project unites 9 partners from 7 countries, specifically Greece, Poland, Romania, Finland, Ireland, and Lithuania. The region of Peloponnese is the lead partner of the European EXTRA-SMEs program. And this is the event, the last event, which takes place in Loutraki. And it's the last one before the completion of the project, which closes in May 2023. Μόλις ανέφερα ότι το έργο αυτό, το EXTRA-SMEs, είναι ένα πρόγραμμα του πλαισίου Interreg Europe. Αποτελείται από εταίρους από 7 χώρες, την Ιταλία, την Πολωνία, τη Ρουμανία, τη Φιλανδία, την Ιρλανδία και τη Λιθουανία. Αποτελείται από 9 εταίρους και είναι στο πλαίσιο της εδαφικής ευρωπαϊκής συνεργασίας. Αυτό που κερδίζουμε από τη συνεργασία αυτή είναι ότι όλοι οι εταίροι συνεργάζονται με κοινούς κανόνες, ευρωπαϊκούς κανόνες και παράλληλα κερδίζουν ο ένας από τον άλλον ανταλλάσσοντας εμπειρίες, εκτελούντας το ίδιο ακριβώς έργο, αλλά μέσα στο ευρωπαϊκό πλαίσιο. Έρχεται. Okay. Θα παρακαλέσω τον εδησημοσιολόγο, πατέρα Νικόλαο, εκπρόσωπο του Σεβασμιωτάτου Μητροπολίτου Κορίνθου Κυρίου Διονυσίου για ένα χαιρετισμό. I would like to invite Reverend Father Nikolaos, representative of His Grace Metropolitan Mr. and Mrs. Dionysius, for a greeting.
Καλημέρα σας. Θέλω να μεταφέρω την ευλογία του Σεβασμιωτάτου Μητροπολίτη μας Κυρίου Διονυσίου στο συνέδριό σας, ο οποίος λόγω ανηλυμένων λειτουργικών υποχρεώσεων δεν μπορούσε να παραστεί, και τις ευχές του. Επαγαθώ τα αποτελέσματα του παρόντος συνεδρίου να βοηθήσουν την ανάπτυξη ακόμα περισσότερο της περιφερειάς Πελοποννήσου. Ευχαριστώ.
Dear all, we would like to welcome you here in this event, and we hope that this event will have the result that we expect. Thank you and good morning.
Και τώρα θα παρακαλούσα τον Δήμαρχο Loutraki, Αγίο Θεοδόρων και Πέρα Χώρας, για έναν χαιρετισμό. I just invited the mayor of Loutraki, Agio Theodori, and Pera Hora for a greeting. Thank you, Mayor.
Dear representatives of partner countries, ladies and gentlemen, as a mayor of Loutraki, Pera Hora, Agio Theodori, it is my honor to welcome you to our municipality. A warm thank you to Region of Peloponnese as lead partner for choosing our destination to organize and implement the closing event of your partnership. Interreg is a tool that has shown this effectiveness and allows partners to work hard together across border to learn from good practice and carry out projects which will not be developed otherwise. I would like to thank you for your presence in our destination and congratulate you on the excellent work you have carried out over the project. Once again, a warm welcome and a great thank you.
And now I would like to invite for a greeting the Vice Governor of Corinthia, Mr. Harilaos Vittiniotis. Καλώς το βήμα τον κύριο Χαρίλαο Βιτινιώτη, for ένα χαιρετισμό Αντιπεριφερειάρχη Κορινθίας. Ευχαριστώ.
Καλημέρα και από μένα. Θέλω και εγώ να χαιρετήσω την πραγματοποίηση του τελικού Διεθνούς Συνεδρίου για το έργο EXTRA-SMEs του προγράμματος EXTRA Euro 14-21.
Dear all, I would like to greet you to the final EU event for the EXTRA-SMEs project.
Να καλωσορίσω τους εκλεκτούς καλεσμένους και ομιλητές εδώ στο λουτράκι της Κορινθίας μας και φυσικά τον Περιφερειάρχη που από λεπτό σε λεπτό θα έρθει μαζί μας για να παρακολουθήσει το συνέδριο.
And welcome all the exceptional participants and the speakers here in Corinthia, in Loutraki city, and of course the regional governor, Mr. Nikas. He will arrive from minute to minute to deliver a speech.
Το Δήμαρχο βεβαίως που φιλοξενεί το συνέδριο Λουτρακίου Περαχώρας Αγίων Θεοδόρων.
Of course, the mayor of Loutraki that welcomes also and organizes this event here in Loutraki, in his city.
Τους θεματικούς αντιπεριφερειάρχες, τον κύριο Στάθη Αναστασόπουλο που μας ήρθε από πολύ μακριά, από τη Μεσσηνία, και τον Τάσο τον Κιολί που είναι τοπικός θεματικός αντιπεριφερειάρχης.
And the vice governors, Mr. Anastasopoulos and Mr. Giolis.
Είναι γνωστή η συμμετοχή της Περιφέρειας Πελοποννήσου ως επικεφαλής εταίρος στο πρόγραμμα, η οποία ενώνει άλλους 9 από 7 παραθαλάσσιες χώρες και έχει ιδιαίτερη σημασία.
The region of Peloponnese is the lead partner of the project that brings together 9 partners from 7 countries and
για την περιφέρειά μας, η οποία έχει πάρα πολλές υδατοκαλλιέργειες και άρα μέσα από αυτό το συνέδριο
for the region of Peloponnese, the importance of this project is significant because the aquaculture sector is high and we hope for the following outputs today.
Θα αξιοποιηθούν οι σκοποί του που είναι πρώτον η ενίσχυση της ανταγωνιστικότητας.
First of all, the boost of competitiveness.
Δεύτερον, οι ανταλλαγές εμπειριών.
The exchange of experience between the partners.
Η προώθηση των προϊόντων στη διεθνή και ντόπια αγορά.
The promotion of the products internally and externally in the market.
Τέταρτον, η συμμετοχή στις καινοτόμες δράσεις.
The participation of the region in the innovative activities of this project.
Και το ξεκλείδωμα των 14 εκατομμυρίων ευρώ.
And the release of 14 million euro.
Από 14 το δεκάτου του 22 πρόσκλησης για αιτήσεις χρηματοδότησης επιχειρήσεων ΜΜΕ.
Of the last year's December call for funding of the respective SMEs.
Οι συζητήσεις για την ανάπτυξη των υδατοκαλλιεργειών έχουν αρχίσει τουλάχιστον από το 2012.
The discussion for the boost of aquaculture sector has already started since 2012.
Στην Αργολίδα και στην Κορινθία έχουν αναπτυχθεί αρκετές υδατοκαλλιέργειες με πολλές χιλιάδες τόνους.
In Argolis and Corinthia, we have too many aquaculture units with thousands of tons, mainly.
Κυρίως σε Τσιπούρα και Λαβράκι, στις ακτές και στις νησίδες του Σαρονικού κόλπου.
Mainly with gilthead bream and bass at the Saronic Gulf coasts.
Βεβαίως υπάρχουν και διαμαρτυρίες
Of course, there are also objections
που αφορούν περιβαλλοντικά ζητήματα στις κλοπών και ακόμα και καταστροφών.
that concern of environmental issues and thefts and damages.
Για τους λόγους αυτούς χρειάζονται οι επιχειρήσεις έργα εξυγχρονισμού.
That said, the SMEs, the respective enterprises, need projects to bring them EU funding.
Και κυρίως με ευρωπαϊκές ενισχύσεις.
With EU funding.
Στην περιοχή μας οι επιχειρήσεις αυτές είναι πάρα πολλές και αναφέρω ενδεικτικά μερικές.
We have too many SMEs of this sector, and I'm going to mention just a few.
Την Οδυσσεύς ΑΕ, την Σύριος ΑΕ, ναι.
Odysseus SA, Sirius SA,
την Επίδαυρος ΑΕ, την Πίγασος,
Epidavros SA, Pegasus,
την Σολυγίας ΑΕ,
Soligias SA,
την Αυλάκη ΕΠ,
Avlaki Ltd,
την Αστριάλη ΑΕ,
Astriali SA,
την Σοφικού ΜΕΠΕ,
Sofikou Ltd,
την Mare Agnum
Mare Magnum SA,
και άλλες.
and others. Too many
Εύχομαι
others.
καλή επιτυχία στο συνέδριο.
We
Ευχαριστώ πάρα
hope
πολύ.
good luck for today. Thank you.
Και τώρα θα ήθελα να παρακαλέσω τον Αντιπεριφερειάρχη πρωτογενούς και δευτερογενούς τομέα και σε θέματα αναπτυξιακών νόμων, τον κύριο Στάθη Αναστασόπουλο, να μας κάνει ένα χαιρετισμό. And last and not least, I call Mr. Stafis Anastasopoulos, who is a Vice Governor of Primary and Secondary Sector in the region of Peloponnese. Thank you.
Καλημέρα σε όλους και θέλω να καλωσορίσω και τον κύριο Δήμαρχο και τον Πανοσιολογιότατο, τον χωρικό αντιπεριφερειάρχη της Κορινθίας και τον θεματικό τον κύριο Γελή και όλους τους συμμετέχοντες σε αυτό το πρόγραμμα Interreg.
I would like myself also to welcome you all today, the participants, the vice governors, the mayor, for being here today.
Θέλω καταρχήν να συγχαρώ όλους όσους συμμετέχουν και σήμερα παρουσιάζουν το πρόγραμμα Interreg, το οποίο διενεργείται μέσα στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Σε 9 είναι οι συμμετέχοντες και αντιμετωπίζει ένα θέμα το οποίο είναι πολύ ενδιαφέρον όσον αφορά τις υδατοκαλλιέργειες και τις πολιτικές που εφαρμόζονται σε κάθε περιοχή της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης.
I would like to congratulate you all for this event, for the organization, and of course for the participation for this important project, EXTRA-SMEs, that brings all these 9 partners today here today to this event from 7 different countries to discuss for the boost of the competitiveness in aquaculture sector.
Στην περιοχή μας, στην περιφέρεια Πελοποννήσου, πιστεύω και σε όλες τις δικές σας περιοχές, αναφέρομαι στους συμμετέχοντες από άλλα μέρη της Ευρώπης, η Ο κλάδος της υδατοκαλλιέργειας είναι ένας δυναμικός κλάδος που βοηθάει στην απασχόληση αλλά και στην οικονομία του τόπου.
For our region, Peloponnese region, and I think that this is the same for the participating regions in this project, the aquaculture sector is a really dynamic sector with too many employments and a very important role in the finance sector of our countries.
Είμαι βέβαιος ότι τα συμπεράσματα και τα αποτελέσματα αυτού του προγράμματος θα φανούν πάρα πολύ χρήσιμα στους επιχειρηματίες σε αυτό τον κλάδο και θα συμβάλλουν στην περαιτέρω ανάπτυξή τους.
I consider that the results of this project and the policy changes that we are going to see will assist the enterprises participating in this sector to have a boost and be more competitive.
Εμείς ως Περιφέρεια Πελοποννήσου θα υποστηρίξουμε στο μέτρο των δυνατοτήτων που προβλέπουν τα προγράμματά μας και ο σχεδιασμός της πολιτικής μας. Θα υποστηρίξουμε αυτές τις επιχειρήσεις διότι θεωρούμε ότι συμβάλλουν πάρα πολύ στην γενικότερη ανάπτυξη του τόπου μας.
The region itself, as the managing authority of the policies that address to this sector and to the enterprises, is going to support, assist the sector and the enterprises in order to be more competitive.
Θεωρώ ότι το πρόγραμμα αυτό θα βοηθήσει πάρα πολύ μέσω της ανταλλαγής των καλών πρακτικών και των πολιτικών που εφαρμόζεται σε κάθε περιοχή της Ευρώπης, εννοώ των περιοχών που συμμετέχουν στο πρόγραμμα. Θα συμβάλλει λοιπόν να βελτιωθούμε όλοι και όσον αφορά τις πολιτικές που ακολουθούμε και να πάρουμε τα καλύτερα από όσα υπάρχουν στην Ευρώπη ο καθένας μας, ώστε όλος αυτός ο κλάδος να ανέβει και να αναπτυχθεί ακόμη περισσότερο.
The main function of this kind of projects, the exchange of experience and the exchange of the good practices, the best practices, is the one that we consider as the most valuable, so as to follow these good practices to our regions and proceed with the respective policy changes.
Thank you for your attention. Wishing to have a nice stay in Loutraki to everybody who comes from out the country and to succeed in your goals to everyone. Thank you.
Okay, I think you had enough. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's start our conference. I'll call now Mrs. Maria Pavlopoulou. Maria is an external expert for the region of Peloponnese. She's going to give you an overview of the EXTRA-SMEs key results.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here, first of all. Before, you can hear me? Yes? Okay, perfect. So before we start with the first session, which will be a brief overview of the EXTRA-SMEs projects and its main results, I would just like to say a few words on the agenda for today. So we will begin our meeting today, our event, with an overview of the project and to see what results, what we have achieved throughout this 5-year duration. Then we will have and from the Joint Secretariat with us today, who will update the play of the interregional cooperation. We will then proceed with the results of the project. So we will have a representative from each partner country who will present to us the main results of the action plans. After a short break, we will have a short break after the first two presentations, and we will proceed with action plans and results. At approximately 1:30, 1:20, we will have a light lunch. So we'll have a short break of approximately 1 hour. We will then proceed with the second part of this conference, where we will have experts from speaking to us from the University of Patras, from DLTM, which is our advisory partner in the project. Then we will have Mr. Petri Heinima from the Natural Resources Institute in Finland, who will share with us his experience at aquaculture in Finland and the future prospects. And finally, before the second coffee break, we will proceed with a presentation from the Hellenic Aquaculture Producers Organization from Mr. Leonidas Papacharisis. After this, we will have again a second short break, and we will proceed with the final session. During this session, we will have the opportunity to discuss and share views and positions from policymakers and public authorities. More specifically, we will have the General Directorate of Rural Economy and Veterinary with us today, making a short presentation. And we have a short recap and closure with any questions and discussions that we have arisen. So I think we can begin.
Yes, yes. Now I will have to invite on the Maria.
Now I will begin with the presentation of the project. So, okay. So to start today's session, let's take a brief overview of the EXTRA-SMEs project, its principal aims, what were its envisioned results throughout its 5-year duration from 2018 until today. So, how did the idea of the project begin back in 2018? Well, beginning with the purpose of the project, actually what we can say is that aquaculture in Europe is a rapidly growing sector. On the one hand, we have the European global production, which is growing at an extremely fast rate, approximately 5-7% per year since the year 2000. And then secondly, we have, on the other hand, the EU overall output, which has remained overall constant throughout the past years. Nevertheless, the aquaculture sector in Europe is one that accounts for approximately 85,000 jobs. So it is a fast-growing and fast-developing sector. It is renowned, of course, for its very high quality of production throughout Europe. And it is also a sector that is mainly composed of small or medium enterprises. So more than 90% of these companies can be said to be SMEs. So moving on. Moving on, we see what were the actual growth challenges that most of the SMEs in Europe are facing, and that this project is trying to address. Well, first of all, the EU SMEs in the aquaculture sector face and have faced for a long time international competition from the world's regions, including from the Asian market, amongst others. And it is an industry which is subject, for example, there are industries which are subject to lower regulatory requirements. These actually lower regulatory requirements that are present in other European countries, countries across the globe, are at the heart of the conflict of production of the EU aquaculture, which is known, as I previously said, for its high quality. And this is actually the basis for its competitive advantage. Thirdly, improving competitiveness actually requires a lot of planning, the involvement of many actors throughout the supply chain, and the organization and planning at a regional level, which is often a challenge. So, moving on to the EXTRA-SMEs, its purpose was, it had 3 main objectives. First of all, its purpose was to improve the implementation of SME competitiveness policies across the value chain of coastal and rural economies in Europe, with the participating countries, which have a strong aquaculture component. Secondly, the purpose was to identify and promote experience and practices between the partners for simpler and approved administrative processes, internationalization, and to expand to broader markets, as well as engaging in innovation processes that will act as drivers for the creation of new employment opportunities. Thirdly, the purpose of the project was to allow public authorities to share practices and exchange experiences directly throughout this 5-year program. So, more specifically, we can say that the project objectives were mainly 3. The first one was actually to increase the capacity of authorities to effectively implement policies on SMEs, interpersonal development, internationalization, and also extraversion. Secondly, we can say to identify innovative pathways and raise awareness on the benefits of modernization of the aquaculture sector and its value chain. And thirdly, we can say that to incentivize investment and outward-looking entrepreneurship was another objective of this project. So here we have just a few facts and figures, general facts and figures on the project. The EXTRA-SMEs project, as you all know, was financed with the Inter-Europe program and specifically within specific objective 2.1, which was improving SMEs competitiveness policies. It began on the 1st of June back in 2018 and is going to end now on the 31st of May 2023. So its duration was actually 60 months in total. The first phase where all the activities, research activities took place was completed after 3 years. And now we are actually in the second phase of the project, which is the monitoring phase, and which we are monitoring the implementation of the action plans. So approximately its total funding from the ERDF was approximately 1.7 million euros. And also it is a co-finance project, which means that it is co-financed by the ERDF, but also from national funding sources. So who was the EXTRA-SMEs partnership? Who does it consist of? As we previously said, 9 participating partners from 7 EU countries with a strong aquaculture component. We have 2 Italian partners, the region of Liguria and our advisory partner, DLTM, which is also here with us today virtually. We have, of course, 2 Greek partners, the region of Peloponnese as a lead partner and the University of Patras. Then we have our Polish partner, the Northern Chamber of Commerce in, excuse my pronunciation if I don't say it correct, but Szczecin in Poland. Then we have the Lapland University of Applied Sciences from Finland, the Western Development Commission from Ireland, and also the Public Institution of National Regions Development Agency from Lithuania. So we cover across geographical space, across Europe, which is very important in order to disseminate the results as much as possible across the European land. So here we have which policy instruments were actually addressed. From the 9 participating countries, we had 8 policy instruments which were aimed to be addressed throughout the duration of this project. Actually, we also had 3 of the participating partners are also managing authorities of the policy instruments. So here you can see them in detail. And now we can proceed to the desired impact of the project itself. So the desired impact of what it envisioned to establish at the beginning of the project was to increase the capacity of at least 200 staff of public administrations to effectively support SME competitiveness. Secondly, it was to unlock a significant amount of financial support for projects on the modernization on the wider network of the aquaculture sector in Europe. And thirdly, to increase awareness and consensus building among the wider aquaculture sector, the workforce, and the citizens across EU overall. So how did we work throughout this 5-year duration of the project? We worked we had a very successful and good cooperation between the partners, which is something that led to good results and research activities which were carried out. So first of all, we had the thematic areas which we covered through the methodology, the research activities that were carried out in the beginning of the project. We had public consultations, meetings, stakeholder meetings, and policy briefs, which actually contributed significantly to the dissemination of the project results. And this all led to a significant amount of exchange of experience between the partners and beyond, and an improvement in knowledge, and development of the action plans that we will see further today in detail presented by the partners themselves. So if we just have a brief recap of the research activities that took place, from the beginning of the first semester to the end of the phase 1, we developed and disseminated 4 main reports. The first one was a comparative analysis of the regulatory framework applicable to licensing and operations of extra-SMEs economic operators. The second one was a report on regional conditions and trends for new product development. The third one was a good practice guide, which actually focused on raising extra-SMEs economic sector's potential. And the fourth one was a report which summarized the hindering factors of extra-SMEs internationalization and extraversion. Now moving on to the exchange of experience activities, which were divided in 2 main categories. The first one was the workshops that we conducted, and the second one was the site visits, which actually happened in parallel with the workshops. Of course, the activities were affected by the pandemic, and unfortunately, some of them were held online in the end. However, we still managed to complete all the activities of phase 1, which was actually a great achievement for all of us. So the first activity, which workshop actually was organized by our Irish partner back in 2019, and it focused on the interregional workshop on adopting simplified administrative procedures. From then on, most of them were held online. The second one, which we refer here, was the workshop on promoting relevant EU labels among extra-SMEs, which was held online in November 2021, and it was a cooperation between the region of Peloponnese, the lead partner, and the University of Patras. And the third one, which was organized by our advisory partner, DLTM, was an interregional workshop on managing stakeholders' conflicts of interest. Moving on to the last workshop, which was again held online by our Romanian partner, focused on the expertise and skills required for public administration staff. Additionally, we had also 2 study visits which took place. One of them again back in 2019, so we managed to hold it with physical presence. This one was organized by our Polish partner, and it focused on internationalization and extraversion improvement. And the second one was held online in the middle of 2021 during the pandemic, which focused on the internationalization and extraversion improvement as well. So moving on to the final dissemination, the final event of the first phase was actually the organization of a symposium on sustainable aquaculture. Here we had the region of Liguria, which was the hosting organization. But again, once again, this event was held online with the participation of all of you and our regional stakeholders as well. And the EU policy learning platform was focused on boosting coastal and rural regional economies with a strong aquaculture component. Throughout this exchange of experience activities, the partners managed to identify certain good practices, which were then reported and included in our progress reports. So overall, the partners managed to identify 13 good practices which were approved during the course of the project. And 3 of them are published also in the Policy Learning Platform webpage. So here we just have a few of them, including some from the Liguria region, some from the region of Western Greece, and one from Romania as well. As far as the project management activities are concerned, we also cooperated together and through the organization of steering group meetings, which happened once every semester. So back in 2018, we met for the first time in Tripoli in order to kickstart our project. From the second project meeting was actually held in Ireland in 2019. The next one in Finland, and from then on we had also 3 steering group meetings which were held online and which unfortunately did not allow us to travel and to see each other with physical presence. However, we still managed to complete all our tasks and activities as foreseen. So moving on to the dissemination events, one very important aspect of this program is also to disseminate the result beyond the partnership within the aquaculture sector of each respective country. So once each partner organization also organized one information day at the end of phase 1, there were constant stakeholder group meetings, one every semester from each partner country in order to disseminate the main results that were developed in the specific semester, and online campaigns as well, which through which we disseminated the 13 policy briefs that we developed on the lessons learned that were actually developed and were concluded through the project activities each semester. Additionally, the partners also participated either online or with physical presence in physical third-party events. So the project was also presented in respective conferences and meetings of other organizations which were relevant with the thematic content. So here we come to the end of the project. We come to the development of the action plans and how we will influence the policy instrument address. So for this purpose, each partner country has developed an action plan, which includes the actions and the foreseen next steps on how this will actually take place. I will not go into detail for each one because we will have the opportunity in the next sessions actually to hear more about this from the respective partners. So here you can see the key points of each action plan, but I will leave it up to the experts to proceed with the next sessions and to tell us more about their experience and results of the project overall. So that's it from me, in case you have any questions. No?
Thank you, Maria. Okay, and now if there are no questions, I would like to ask Mr. Etienne Verel from the Joint Secretariat to come and inform us on the state of play of the interregional cooperation.
Thank you. Kalimera, good morning to you all. So it's a pleasure to be here today in Utraki. And it's always the easy part for me, representing the funding organism, just to go at the end and see all the results that Maria already started to present, and more to come in the coming hours today. So really looking forward to hearing more and more about what you guys have been doing for the past years. So the content of the presentation today is quite short. The idea is to give an overview of what Interreg Europe is about, especially for the people in the room that might not be fully aware of what it is yet. Then have a closer look at EXTRA-SMEs and the results that have been achieved so far. But again, I hear there's going to be a lot of them presented later today. and then give you as well a couple of ideas and elements on the next programming period and the next proposition that Interreg Europe can give you in terms of funding for new projects in the years to come. So first, where do we stay at in terms of interregional cooperation projects, such as EXTRA-SMEs? So as you know, we held 4 calls for project funding in the past years, and we invested 322 million euros in 258 projects, covering most of the regions of the EU, plus Norway and Switzerland, meaning that 90% of the region participate in a way or another in an Interreg Europe project. There's a lot of achievement with very high figures, and of course, EXTRA-SMEs contributed to these very high figures. We have more than 5,000 good practices that are uploaded on our database of good practices, almost 1,500 action plans, and almost 20,000 people, staff, that declared that thanks to the participation in an Interreg Europe project, they managed to have their skills improved. So it's really here touching the core of what an Interreg Europe project is about really about this section of experience and making sure that people all over Europe actually can better work and can better achieve what they are supposed to achieve in their own respective organizations. And all of these improvements of the skills of each personal staff led to more than 900 policy changes. So really changing the policy framework at the regional level with 1.3 billion euros that have been influenced again in a way or another, thanks to the participation of the partners in an Interreg Europe project, which is really impressive. That means that when we invest €1 in an Interreg Europe project, there's at the end of the day 5 euros that are changed, that are better directed, that are answering better the needs of the regional stakeholders. So that's really a good leverage effect that we can see from Interreg Europe projects. A few words about EXTRA-SMEs itself, but a lot has been said already by Maria. So it's one of the 66 projects that is dealing with SMEs competitiveness. And it's the only one actually that is specifically dealing with aquaculture. We have 24 other projects that are dealing with support to specific economic sector, like textile or creative industries, but aquaculture is the only one. So, well, congrats. It's very innovative in this sense. As you can see, I mean, but again, Maria said a lot, you organized a lot of events, you participated as well to some webinars and tried to disseminate a little bit further what you learned in the project to other projects as well, working in blue economy related fields. So congrats for this as well. Few words now about what's coming next, because they still offer for regional administrations, for public authorities or non-private everywhere in Europe to still continue their interregional collaboration in the coming years. So for the new program for the years to come, for 2021-2027, so we already have a budget of about 380 million euros, 29 countries involved, so all EU member states plus Norway and Switzerland. But now we change a little bit. We have just one priority, which is capacity building, which gives more space for projects to tackle a lot of different topics. So to say in a few words, we will still offer basically the same kind of program and the same kind of support. It's still going to be focused on regional policies improvement, so still very much policy focused, and still through capacity building activities, the workshops that were mentioned, the study visits. So we still stay in the same kind of framework. So it's very much dedicated to policymakers as the finishing Interreg Europe program, and still very much focusing on the exchange of experience. As I was saying, it's a bit different now. We used to finance only 4 specific objectives. Now we finance all objectives of the cohesion policy, meaning smarter Europe, greener Europe, more connected Europe, which is more about transport, social Europe, including labor, for example, citizens, so the better improvement of citizens in the deciding processes in Europe, and as well a specific objective on governance. So here, I think it gives a lot more potential for projects, for local authorities in Europe to actually find a project that specifically address the very specific needs. The program will work still on these two pillars that we already experimented in the previous programming period, which is one, the project. So we fund projects like EXTRA-SMEs to help partners to discuss between themselves and to reach results. And we also have this specific support tool, which is a policy learning platform offering additional support for local authorities in Europe. In a nutshell, what we provide through this platform is different kind of tools, different kind of activities. You don't need to be a part of a project to benefit from them. So you can connect between people all over Europe. You can attend workshops, and you can also benefit from an interesting service, which is a peer review. So you write in 2 pages what is your needs as a local administration. You send it online, and then there's a team of experts that is coming to your organization in your offices to help you tackle in 2 days, give you a couple of first answers to the issue you may have. So it's kind of project, but condensed, not in 4 years, but just in 2 days. A few words about the calls, so the funding available for the years to come. So we already had a first call that was organized last year. It closed on the 31st of May, and we gave the results of the call late last year in December 2022, sorry. So we had 134 project proposals, and half of them were finally approved. What we learned, and some elements to consider if you plan to apply for the next call, is to make sure to always involve the policy responsible authority in the project, either as a partner or as an associated authority. What is important as well is to fully describe, that's really what we need when we assess the different project proposals, to describe the state of play at the regional level to make sure that this project is actually relevant for your region, and to as well make sure that the project you have in mind is actually very different from other projects that have been funded, so that the innovative character is really clear, and that if it's a follower project, then you clearly take another angle, maybe with other partners. So that's really different, that we don't finance again and again the same project. So as I was saying, there's a first call that was closed. There's a new one opening very soon, the 15th of March in Stockholm. You're all invited to join us in Stockholm for the opening of this second call, and to connect as well with potential partners and to try to find new topics. We already had some online networking events last year to start to help to connect people. And we will have additional services that will be open in the coming months. So as already, you can already submit online your project ID to start to see if some other partners everywhere in Europe can be interested by this. And as soon as the call will be open, so as the 15th of March, you can as well ask for feedback. So if you have a specific ID, you can send us an email through the website. There's a specific form, and then we will give you a feedback and say if it's in line with what we would expect as a program or not, and how you could better fine-tune it. There's a lot of information already available on the program website, but of course we stay available with my colleague in Lille if you have any question on this new call and how we could further support interregional cooperation in the coming years. Thank you very much. I stay available either now or later during a coffee break for any question you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Etienne, and thank you also for supporting our project, advise us throughout the project duration. It's a very valuable cooperation that we have, and thank you very much on behalf of all the partnership. Thank you. If there are no questions, I suppose that there are not. So we will start with the presentation of the action plans that have been developed during our project. So the first one, I would like to ask Mrs. Ioanna Lambropoulou from the region of Peloponnese to give us some details for the region of Peloponnese action plan, the impact and the problems encountered.
Okay, thank you, Vasiliki. Hello, everybody. Good morning. I'd like to welcome you also to our conference. And I will present the action plan for aquaculture small media enterprises in Peloponnese, which is drafted in the framework of the EXTRA-SMEs project. We will talk about the impact and also the problems encountered. Okay. In my presentation, we will see the priorities of the region of Peloponnese for the new programming period 2021-2027, the purpose of the action plan and the two actions that we propose. Action 1 for a sustainable scheme for regional aquaculture small medium enterprises, including the description of the action, the involved players and the funding sources. The action 2, which involves an innovative platform for fisheries, aquaculture and marine SMEs, including the action description, the involved players and the funding sources. And also we will present the challenges encountered and the next steps to follow. So about the priorities for 2021-2027 in the region of Peloponnese, they are based on the EU cohesion policy priorities and they consist of the policy objectives. The policy objective 1 for a smarter Europe through the promotion of innovative and smart economic transformation. The policy objective 2 for a green and low carbon and resilient Europe. Policy objective 3 for a more connected Europe through enhanced mobility and regional interconnections and infrastructures. Policy objective 4 for a more social Europe throughout the implementation of the European Pillar of Social Rights, and the policy objective 5 for a Europe closer to its citizens. Sorry. Okay. The purpose of our action plan. Our action plan has been validated in December 2021 by the region of Peloponnese, and the scope was to influence the regional policy instrument and improve support for new aquaculture projects in the areas of interventions which boost productivity, entrepreneurship and innovation, the development of competitive new products, the promotion of local products both nationally and internationally, the introduction and familiarization of enterprises to foreign and international market structures and procedures, and the promotion of e-business and other technological innovation. The time frame for the implementation meant to be October 2021 to May 2023. About Action 1 now, the sustainable scheme for regional aquaculture small medium enterprises. The region of Peloponnese intends to create a scheme to promote the sustainable growth of output, value, extraversion and employment in the aquaculture sector. The scheme focuses mainly on scale-up of aquaculture enterprises to improve their competitiveness and efficiency, the diversification into new species, more farming of underutilized species, and the promotion of organic aquaculture. Incorporated in the Regional Operational Program 2021 and 2027, under which the region of Peloponnese will proceed with open calls for funding aquaculture small medium enterprises in order to promote marketing, quality and added value of fishery and aquaculture products and processing of these products. Specific actions proposed by region of Peloponnese, which are relevant to this scheme and may be progressed with support from this scheme, are enhancing the competitiveness and resilience of aquaculture with establishment of new or expansion or modernization of existing units, with development and introduction of innovation in production, with introduction of new species and other actions, the promotion of sustainable aquaculture practices and action for environmental protection with energy efficiency, reduction of plastic use, waste management efficiency and others, improving the conditions for the promotion and marketing of fishery products and aquaculture, encourage investments in the processing of fishery products and aquaculture with new projects, new management, capitalization of sub-products, and strengthening the creation of business clusters of companies, create economies of scale, reduce business operating, processing, and production and promotion costs. In this action, involved players can be public bodies, aquaculture, small, medium enterprises, collective bodies, associations, organizations, providers of consulting, education, and training services, management bodies of fisheries, aquaculture, and processing fund, management of fisheries and maritime operational program, the Ministry of Agriculture, Development and Food, and others. Funding sources will be the funds, the Fishery, Aquaculture and Processing Fund, and also can be the Regional Operational Program of Peloponnese Region. About Action 2 now, which is the innovative platform for fisheries, aquaculture, and marine small medium enterprises, we suggest to create a digital innovation platform addressing to the aquaculture enterprises and relevant stakeholders. We can give access to the users to numerous studies and researches on innovative aquaculture schemes, provide human resource training and development services, develop of business link, creation of synergies between aquaculture enterprises, promoting technological cooperation, helping aquaculture enterprises with marketing related issues and others. The platform will have a direct link with Action 1. Users can find all the new funding calls with detailed information of eligibility criteria, etc., and with the possibility to submit their applications directly through the platform systems. We will create a new dynamic in the aquaculture sector, enhancing the competitiveness and resilience of aquaculture small, medium enterprises regionally and nationally. For these actions, involved players should be research institutes and national universities, public bodies, aquaculture small, medium enterprises, collective bodies, providers of consulting, management bodies of funds, the Hellenic Ministry, Hellenic Center for Marine Research, and funding sources as well, the funds of Fishery Fund and the Regional Fund. During the drafting of the action plan, two major challenges encountered regards the availability of the funds. One was the shift from the policy instrument addressed, the Region of Peloponnese program of 2014-2020, to the new territorial policy instrument 2021-2027, which coincided with the original timeline of the action plan and created a funding gap, let's say. Also funding of the actions was put to hold to prioritize financial subsidies and emergency support measures to regional businesses during the COVID-19.
most of the funds at this period from regional programs as well as national programs were directed to businesses with problems due to COVID. So for the next steps, we are to secure that the actions envisioned by the action plan will be implemented in the region. For that, we are in consultation with the managing authority of the Interreg program for the new programming period, for the actions to be funded from the new programming period. And we are has ensured that the relevant provisions described in the action plan will be integrated in the new programming period and the regional funds of 21-27, either from regional program of the or from the fisheries, aquaculture and marine small media enterprises program. So thank you for your attention. I don't know if you have any questions.
Thank you, Ioanna. Any questions? Okay. Thank you. We will proceed with the second presentation of the action plan of the region Liguria from Mrs. Margarita Bruneghi. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Margherita Bruneghi, and I work for Regione Liguria, which is a region in the northwest part of Italy, for those who not know him. Okay, so I will go briefly into two actions that was foreseen from the project that we actually put in practice in the last 2 years. The first one is the organization of one international event for SMEs and local actors, and the second one is the policy instrument. At the beginning of the project, the policy instrument was the regional operational program, but at the middle of the project, we have seen that this would not be the best one for the project, so we switch to the fund for agriculture. So the event was really a success for us because there were 44 people from different countries, and we have many people from the south shore of the Mediterranean, from Algeria. Oh, excuse me. Oh.
It's okay, Margarita,
And
you can proceed.
From Algeria, Tunisia, Morocco, and Belgium. We have many people from there. We have it has been held in a hybrid way, both in presence and online. In Regione Liguria, we started last year to, organize some new events in presence other than online. And it has been composed in 2 sessions. The first one regarding the EU objectives. So where are we going to? Where are we heading to in aquaculture? We had experts from the European Union and the Italian ministry. And then we had a very nice roundtable among participants. And there were lots of public, but also research centers, both national and international, and a lot of SMEs. The second actions was, the day following the event, we organized the site visits for all the participants to 2 of our most mussel farms in La Spezia. It was a pity that, as Maria said before, we had not the chance to meet in presence in Italy because one of our aim is to show the partners of this project our farming. And, you know, I think that the best way of working in an Interreg Europe program is to confront, you know, and to bring stakeholders all around Europe to see other places and other way of working. So we tried to do so by inviting people. This is a small video of the first farm. No. This one is a video. Yes. This is sustainable fish farming facilities in Lavagna, who is led by a woman, the first woman in Liguria who is leading a fish farming. So this is an important goal towards the real sustainability of blue economy, you know, the entrance of women in a male-dominated sector as blue economy. And this is another farm in Lavagna. We have visited either the farm in water, then where they set the fish. This is another video. We were on a boat with the guests. And she is the owner of the farm, you know. And many ladies are joining the group, many biologists. So, you know, increasing number of women. What is the impact? You know, we measure what we do in European project with the impact they have on the territories. So the impact of this first action is, first of all, we created not only a local community, but we started creating an international community among participants. We had some hints for possible future cooperation, especially with the south shore of the Mediterranean, because they're very good on oysters, and we are just at the beginning. So maybe we can arrange a visit, you know, in the years coming with the funds. Of course, given the fact that we have the research center, every time we organize a meeting, we have all the time the research center presence, the university and the CNR, because in Liguria, we think that one of the aims of the public authority is to keep in contact among SMEs and the research and innovation sector, so that they can create a link and improve the work of both. And of course, the good practices shared is one of the impact. The second action plan, the second action in the action plans we have was our policy instrument that I've said before. We changed it from regional operation program to the EMFFF because it has been more suitable for this kind of project. So we gave money to invest towards sustainability aquaculture, sustainable aquaculture. We know that the transition to sustainability is made of investments and public investments. So in Regione Liguria, we are boosting in a way on sustainability. And so we gave them money to, we have more requests than money. And they ameliorate boats, plants. One of them completely cover with solar panel the plant. And we also, as in the region of Peloponnese, invest in fish tourism and in new species as well. So we are very satisfied about the projects in our participation to this project and on the effects that it has on the community of aquaculture SMEs. We have some money left. So we added a small action and we updated and restamped the mariculture map of Liguria. I gave a copy to each partner today because this, for us, is the best way to use public money to increase, to give to any possible new entrepreneur a clear idea of what is possible and where in Liguria. So what is the final impact of the project in our region for us? I mean, when you join a new project at the beginning, you don't know exactly what you're going to do. You have, a proposal that maybe you have not written. And so you start with a new group of colleagues you don't know. And at the end, you just sum up what you have done for 5 years. 5 years is a lot of time. We met in 2018 the first time. So we are quite satisfied with this project. It was the first one in Regione Liguria for Interreg Europe, which is a different program of the territorial cooperation. It's very different from the others. We are part of 7 Interreg programs, but this is the more difficult, but the more challenging. And this program have a direct effect on the policies. So our impact can be summarized as follows. So we have created a local community, I don't know how to call it, exchange table, round table among stakeholders, as I say, from public administration, SMEs, research centers. We have, by creating an open dialogue, they know that if they have any problem, they can call us and we could talk about that. We have a very big problem now due to licensing. I'll go for in a minute. So we are debating a lot and they know that can debate with us. As I said before, the access from SMEs to research centers and innovations. Innovations comes from research and they are useful if they are used in practice, not in books. We shared analysis of the situation and the bottlenecks we faced and proposal for the new idea. So what are the great bottlenecks in Liguria now? We have not a long way to give permissions, but the licensing, the final act of the licensing is for municipalities. And we are facing a lot of problems now, more than when we started, because of the different interests of municipalities from aquaculture to other activities. So this is one of our main problem now we're facing in Liguria. We have problems in new space for competition with other activities, We are not a very large region, but it is all on the sea. So the map clarifies very much what we can do and where, okay. And we would like to diversify the production that is still stuck on some species. So what are we going to do? What are possible next actions? We can, for sure, we need to create an awareness campaign on people to aquaculture, because there is a misperception of aquaculture fish in our region. We need to revise the licensing procedure because now, in fact, they are blocked. And we can do with the funds, the MFFA funds, new policy action to change the situation. So thank you very much.
Με συγχωρείτε και τη διακοπή. Παρακαλώ πολύ, θα κάνουμε ένα μικρό διάλειμμα μετά το χειρισμό του κύριου Περιφερειάρχη και θα συνεχίσουμε το πρόγραμμά μας. Θα ήθελα να παρακαλέσω τον κύριο Περιφερειάρχη, τον κύριο Παναγιώτη Νίκα, τον Περιφερειάρχη Πελοποννήσου, για έναν χαιρετισμό. I would like to invite now to the stand the governor of the region of Peloponnese for a greeting.
Δεσμολογιότατε, κύριοι αντιπεριφερειάρχες, περιφερειακοί σύμβουλοι, κυρίες και κύριοι, καλή σας μέρα και χρόνια πολλά εύχομαι μέσα από την καρδιά μου προς όλους και καλώς ήρθατε στην Ελλάδα, οι φιλοξενούμενοι από τις 6 χώρες.
Dear all, dear representatives of the vice governors and participants, I welcome you all. Good morning to all. Welcome to Greece, and I hope you have a good stay.
Ξέρω ότι η σημερινή συνάντηση είναι η τελευταία στο συγκεκριμένο ευρωπαϊκό πρόγραμμα και εύχομαι να έχουμε γίνει όλοι σοφότεροι, οι μετέχοντες και στις 7 χώρες και τα πρακτικά αποτελέσματα να είναι συγκεκριμένα ώστε να βελτιώσουμε την απόδοση της συγκεκριμένης δράσης.
Given that this is the final event of this project, I hope that we learned all the participating organizations from this project and we have tangible outputs that will improve the competitiveness.
Και το συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα υπηρετεί το βασικό σκοπό της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης, στην οποία έχουμε την τιμή να μετέχουμε όλοι μας και οι 7 χώρες, που είναι να ανταλλάσσουμε εμπειρίες και δόκιμες πρακτικές, ώστε σε συγκεκριμένες δράσεις να έχουμε τα καλύτερα δυνατά αποτελέσματα με την ανταλλαγή εμπειριών.
Given that this is a part of a European Union program project, the exchange of experience is the most important key, and we hope that it was successful among the 7 countries and the 9 participating partners.
Δεν ξέρω ακριβώς το τι είπαν οι υπηρεσίες μας, αλλά εγώ θέλω να μιλήσω από πολιτική άποψη για το τι έχω διαπιστώσει όσον αφορά στην ιχθυοκαλλιέργεια στην πατρίδα μας.
Without knowing what my colleagues previously said, I would like to say today here the policy aspect of the aquaculture sector here in Greece.
Βεβαίως είναι γνώστες πολύ καλύτερα από μένα. Ο αντιπεριφερειάρχης του πρωτογενούς τομέα, ο κ. Αναστασόπουλος, ο οποίος είναι παρόν και μπορεί να μιλήσει εξειδικευμένα και λόγω της ειδικότητάς του και επίσης και ο Γενικός Διευθυντής Πρωτογενούς Τομέα, στον οποίο ανήκει και η Αλία, ο οποίος επίσης μπορεί δόκιμα να αναφερθεί στη συγκεκριμένη δράση. Ο κύριος Μητρόπουλος.
Of course, here are the real experts, the Vice Governor, Mr. Anastasopoulos of the primary sector, and Mr. Mitropoulos, of course. We are the real experts of the sector to share their view and opinion.
Η γενική διαπίστωση είναι ότι τα αλλιεύματα από τη θάλασσα δεν επαρκούν για να καλύψουν τις συνεχώς αυξανόμενες ανάγκες.
The important thing is that the free fishing from the sea isn't enough to cover the need from the request from the market.
Επομένως, τα ιχθυοτροφία καλύπτουν τις ανάγκες σε αλλιεύματα, δίνουν τροφή ποιότητας, νομίζω, και βεβαίως βοηθούν και από περιβαλλοντική άποψη, διότι αν δεν τα είχαμε, θα είχαμε καταστρέψει την πανίδα στη θάλασσα κυριολεκτικά.
So the aquaculture sector comes to cover this need and provide to the citizens, to the market, quality food and cover the need with an environmental friendly way.
Η τεχνογνωσία στην πατρίδα μας δίνεται είτε από την σχολή, νομίζω έχει γίνει πανεπιστημιακή τώρα, της ιχθυολογίας στο Μεσολόγγι και από μεταπτυχιακά τμήματα διαφόρων σχολών, ιδιαίτερα αυτές που ασχολούνται με τον πρωτογενή τομέα.
Of course, the know-how here in Greece is a specific department in the universities in Mesologi. So we have experts also to born new in Greece.
Λοιπόν, και τώρα θα σας πω για τα προβλήματα τα οποία έχω διαπιστώσει εγώ στα χρόνια που ασχολούμαι με την περιφερειακή διοίκηση, είτε των Δήμων είτε της περιφέρειας. Το πρώτο θέμα, νομίζω το οποίο έχουμε εδώ στην Ελλάδα, είναι η επάρκεια και η τεχνογνωσία όσον αφορά στις υπηρεσίες μας.
And now I will mention from my experience in so many years in the policy part, the main problems related to the sector. The first one is that we don't have so much know-how on this sector.
Δηλαδή, στην Πελοπόννησο, όπου έχουμε το μεγαλύτερο ποσοστό ιχθυοκαλλιέργειας, η Κορινθία είναι πρώτη, ο νομός στον οποίο βρισκόμαστε. Δεύτερη είναι ο νομός ανατολικά μας, η Αργολίδα. Και τρίτη είναι ο νομός μας νότια, η Ερκαδία. Το σύνολο των υπηρετούντων υπαλλήλων στα τμήματα αλίας δεν πρέπει να ξεπερνούν τους 3 με 4. Για όλους τους νομούς, καταλαβαίνετε, η περιοχή η οποία έχει τη μεγαλύτερη ιχθυοκαλλιέργεια δεν έχει την υποστήριξη από το επιστημονικό προσωπικό που απαιτείται. Και αυτό είναι μια διαπίστωση, θεωρώ, άσχημη και δεν μπορεί να βοηθήσει όσο θα έπρεπε τον ιδιωτικό τομέα, ο οποίος πράγματι τα πηγαίνει πολύ καλά.
Here we are in Peloponnese. Peloponnese is one of the 3 regions of Greece with the most active aquaculture sector. Here in Corinthia is the first prefecture of the region, and then Argolis and Arcadia. These are the 3 top prefectures that have the most active aquaculture farm. But you can imagine we have only 3 to 4 staff members, experienced members for this sector to support the citizens and the entrepreneurs.
Και όταν λέω ότι ο ιδιωτικός τομέας θα πηγαίνει πολύ καλά, αναφέρομαι σε εξαγωγές εκατοντάδων εκατομμυρίων ευρώ που γίνονται από την Ελλάδα προς χώρες κυρίως της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης και επομένως το πρώτο ζήτημα είναι το κράτος να υποστηρίξει δια των υπηρεσιών του όσο περισσότερα μπορεί. Τώρα δεν το κάνει, θα πω και παρακάτω μερικά λόγια, για να βοηθήσει την αύξηση του εθνικού πλούτου.
On the other hand, the private sector of the aquaculture is really high and competitive, and we have many large amount with millions of export related to this private sector, and we need to support them as public administrations.
Το δεύτερο θέμα το οποίο θέλω να θίξω είναι η αναγκαιότητα για την πατρίδα μας. Δεν άκουσα για τη Λιγουρία προηγουμένως αν υπόθηκε κάτι. Είναι η ακριβής χωροθέτηση των περιοχών όπου μπορούν να εγκατασταθούν ιχθυοκαλλιέργειες. Είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό θέμα αυτό. Είμαστε, νομίζω, η 5η χώρα στον κόσμο σε ακτογραμμή. Καταλαβαίνετε τι σημαντικές προοπτικές υπάρχουν για την ανάπτυξη της ιχθυοκαλλιέργειας.
Another really important thing, and I think that we heard previously from our partner from Liguria that they face the same issue, is the licensing process and the establishment of these aquaculture farms. So we need to work on this also.
Επίσης, είμαστε μια χώρα όμως η οποία αναπτύσσεται τουριστικά. Και αυτή η ανάπτυξη τουριστική φέρνει πολύ συχνά σε σύγκρουση μια εγκατάσταση ιχθυοκαλλιέργειας με την προεπτική της τουριστικής ανάπτυξης. Και αυτό δείχνει το πόσο γρήγορα πρέπει να προχωρήσουμε σε ακριβή χωροθέτηση ιχθυοκαλλιέργειας και μάλιστα σε περιοχές οι οποίες δεν έχουν καμία πιθανότητα τουριστικής ανάπτυξης.
In addition, Peloponnese region is one of the major tourism regions in Greece. So the tourism sector conflicts with the aquaculture sector. So the need to proceed directly and quickly with the licensing and the establishment of the aquaculture farms is really, really important.
Και το τελευταίο που θέλω να σας πω, για να μην σας κουράσω άλλο, αγαπητέ Νίκο, είναι το περιβαλλοντικό ζήτημα ή η αντίληψη ότι υπάρχει περιβαλλοντικό ζήτημα. Όταν ήμουν δήμαρχος παλιότερα, ίσως το θυμάται και ο Στάθης, στην Νότια Πελοπόννησο, έγινε μια προσπάθεια εγκατάστασης ιχθυοκαλλιέργειας ανατολικά της πόλης της Καλαμάτας. Ξεσηκώθηκε όλος ο κόσμος, όπως ξεσηκώνονται και σε άλλες περιοχές, να μην τις ονοματίσω, και εδώ στην Κορινθία έχουμε προβλήματα και στην Αργολίδα, ενώ ρητορίες, αγορεύσεις για την εκδίωξη ιχθυοκαλλιεργιών δεν τα πάμε ιδιαίτερα στην Ελλάδα, δεν είναι καθόλου εύκολα με τα περιβαλλοντικά ζητήματα. Έχουμε συγκρούσεις τέτοιες που μπορεί να τις επιλύσει μόνο η ακριβής χωροθέτηση των περιοχών όπου μπορεί να εγκατασταθεί η ιχθυοκαλλιέργεια.
The last important thing is that we need to clarify the environmental issues that are going around the establishment of the aquaculture farms, because in the past and nowadays we have too many conflicts with the citizens related to environmental issues that are related to the farms. And of course, he has a lot of experience as a mayor, because he served too many years as a mayor in the southern part of Peloponnese, in Kalamata city. So he has a great experience on that as well.
Σας μίλησα με τη γλώσσα της αλήθειας για την πατρίδα μας. Πρώτον, ότι ως κράτος πρέπει, ή ως περιφερειακό κράτος, να ενισχύσουμε πάρα πολύ τα τμήματα αλληλείας με εξειδικευμένο προσωπικό. Αυτό είναι το ένα. Να είμαστε πιο αποφασιστικοί σε περιβαλλοντικά ζητήματα, όπου 4-5 άνθρωποι στις περισσότερες των περιπτώσεων, γιατί υπάρχουν και περιπτώσεις όπου έχει δίκιο ο κόσμος, ξεσηκώνονται, μετά το θέμα παίρνει και πολιτική διάσταση και μια επένδυση η οποία μπορεί να φέρει πλούτο και να μας φέρει και τροφή ποιοτική, δεν ολοκληρώνεται. Αυτά είναι τα δύο μεγάλα ζητήματα σε μια χώρα όπως είναι η δική μας, της οποίας ο εθνικός πλούτος αυξάνεται από την εξαγωγή των ψαριών, από την ιχθυοκαλλιέργεια, και είμαι από αυτούς που τιμώ και το συγκεκριμένο έδεσμα και το συνιστώ, γιατί πρέπει έτσι να κρατήσουμε και τις θάλασσές μας ζωντανές, διότι η υπεραλίευση δημιουργεί τα προβλήματα τα οποία ξέρουμε όλοι.
I talk to you by heart, so as to these two more important problems that we face, the employees' skills, and to clarify the environmental issues through proper licensing and establishment of the aquaculture sector need to be solved as a region, as a country. We need to solve all these issues so as to have sustainable the sector of the aquaculture, because it's really important and provide us with a really quality food. Given that also that the export on this part from our country is really important for the total resources.
Λοιπόν, μας ενδιαφέρει, αγαπητέ Νίκο, που είσαι και ο υπεύθυνος του προγράμματος, να υπάρξει ένα συμπέρασμα από αυτή την πολύμηνη δράση που είχατε, οι 7 χώρες, ώστε να δούμε και το νομικό πλαίσιο που διέπει όλες τις χώρες, να ενημερωθούν οι υπηρεσίες μας περισσότερο και εμείς που καθοδηγούμε τις υπηρεσίες, τα προβλήματα που αντιμετωπίζουν οι διάφορες χώρες. Νομίζω ότι εμείς έχουμε την καλύτερη επίδοση ως χώρα στον τομέα της ικτιοκαλλιέργειας, τι ζητήματα έχουν, πώς αντιμετωπίζουν οι άλλες χώρες τα περιβαλλοντικά ζητήματα, τα οποία είναι υπαρκτά ή δεν είναι υπαρκτά, γιατί αν έχουμε συσσωρευμένη ικτιοκαλλιέργεια σε μια περιοχή, θα έχουμε και περιβαλλοντικό ζήτημα. Και πώς ακριβώς έχουν λύσει άλλες χώρες τη βέβαιη σύγκρουση που υπάρχει μεταξύ τουριστικής ανάπτυξης και ικτιοκαλλιέργειας. Τι εμπειρίες έχουμε από όλα αυτά. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ που με ακούσατε. Θα βοηθήσουν τα συμπεράσματα αυτά στο να λύσουμε προβλήματα. Θα τα επικοινωνήσουμε και με το Υπουργείο Αγροτικής Ανάπτυξης από μια περιφέρεια που είναι η κύρια παραγωγός ψαριών από ικτιοκαλλιέργειες στην Ελλάδα. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Να έχετε καλή επιτυχία. Χαίρομαι ότι είσαστε τόσοι πολλοί εδώ. Αλλά εμένα θα μου επιτρέψετε να πορευτώ. Έχω ένα βαρύτατο πρόγραμμα σήμερα να υλοποιήσω. Περιμένω τα συμπεράσματα. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ.
Thank you very much, Carmen. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ, Περιφέρεια.
For the last part of the governor's speech, we consider that we need to take advantage the exchange of experience of the good practices among all the participants in the other regions, so as to see the expected project results that are the increased capacity of public administration employees, the unlocking of financial support, and of course the increased awareness in relationship development, show us to communicate this directly among the public administrations and of course the respective ministry of our country. Thank you and welcome. Excuse me, I will have other duties, so have a nice day ahead. Thank you. And of course, we will have our coffee break, our first coffee break. So how much time? We will have 15 minutes, a small coffee break, and then we will resume with the presentation of the action plans. And the first one after is from our partner from Poland. Okay, 15 minutes break. You're not alone. You're not alone. You
You're not till the end of time. Your mind sounds plain to see. You're not till the end of time. And your mind sounds plain to see. You're not till the end of time. Your mind sounds plain to see. You're not till the end of time for you. Your mind sounds plain. You're not till the end of time. Your mind is plain to see. You're not till the end of time for you. Your mind sounds plain to see. You're not till the end of time. Your mind baby inside for me. Open your heart.
So thank you, everyone. Welcome back. We can begin with the second session of today's event and continue with our, should we wait 2 minutes actually for everyone else to join, or we can start? We can start. So I would like to invite Mr. Jacek Wojcik to present us the action plan from Poland. It's
It doesn't seem to work. Oh yeah, it does now. Okay. Well, I needed some time to come back from the coffee break. Right. Hello everyone. Kalimera. My name is Jacek Wojcik, and I'm the project coordinator from the Northern Chamber of Commerce in Szczecin, Poland. Northern Chamber of Commerce, that's the chamber located in the northwest Poland. And today I would like to present the progress of the implementation of our regional action plan for our region proposed within the project of EXTRA-SMEs. The objectives of and the main issues addressed within the regional action plan are the result of our mutual work with all the partners, research findings, conclusions in the previously conducted activities. And there were some following barriers of extraversion that have been identified that you might also be aware of because they are mostly similar for all the countries. We had some, one of the barriers are listed here, are the shortages in qualified staff, and the unfavorable home rules and regulations, lack of excess production capacity, difficulty in matching competitors' prices, excessive transportation insurance costs, lack of home government assistance, unfamiliar exporting procedures, paperwork, certification, the hundreds of certificates in place, which are a big barrier as well. There are difficulties in meeting export products, quality, standard specification, high health, safety, and technical standards are also difficult to meet. So in order to minimize those barriers, we've actually made some effort to influence policymakers in order to improve the policy instrument tackled within our region. And the policy instrument is now called European Funds for Western Pomerania 2021-2027, and it was previously called the Regional Operation Program. So we approached the first one in the first place because it was some time ago, which have started, and now in the transition period, we've made efforts to approach the next program, the next financial perspective, which is still in progress, nearing to the ends of acceptance. Now I'd like to tell you a little bit about the process and the structure of how the regional operation program is being created in the frame of our region. So in our region, Western Pomerania, and all other regions in Poland, there have been new intelligence specializations prepared And these are future technologies and services, intelligent methods and manufacturing products and machines, chemical products for sustainable development, next generation natural or eco processing, blue economy and green transport, tourism, quality of life. And as you can see, aquaculture is actually mentioned in one of the specializations, which is the next generation eco-natural processing. In the frame of those specializations, the priority axis of the regional operation program are being built. So this is the most important thing for the region, and on that further works related to the preparation of the regional operation program are being prepared. And these are priority axes for our region, newly prepared, and these are entrepreneurial Western Pomerania, green, mobile, combined, resident-friendly, active, and socialized Western Pomerania. These are the main priority axes that are in place in the new program, and we are interested in, especially in the priority number 1, which is the entrepreneurial Western Pomerania. Within this, we also have specific goals, and one of the specific goals is called increasing the growth and competitiveness of SMEs, including through productive investment. And there is also, as you can see, an initial allocation of funds for that goal. This goal has also some suggestions of the project types. There is a list of them, and we are interested in at least first 3 that will be linked to the intelligence specializations that I've mentioned before, and will be the most important thing for the aquaculture companies to apply for funds, and they have to stick to those project types. Then they have to be classified in one of the intelligence specialization, so then they can apply for the European funds. And in our original action plan, initially, we proposed an action, and our action was the recommendation of projects on the modernization of technological lines for the production of eco-food, including fish processing, and this obviously directly relates to aquaculture. And we think with the structure, like I've already presented you, fits into this action, and it could be doable once the program is finalized. So any new company that is actually planning to apply for funds can, for example, do a project like that. There could be a similar ones to it as well, but this is one of the recommendations because they have the base for that. They can apply for funds from the regional operational program. And we also proposed the process as we entered into, at the time of preparing our original action plan, we've actually entered into the process of consultation strategy plan. The consultation strategy plan was the road, were the steps of achieving finally the new regional operational program, European Funds for Western Pomerania, as it's called now, from the public consultation to EU acceptance and further implementations. So in order to reach our goal to have the aquaculture topic actually mentioned, actually put into one of the priorities for the intelligence specializations or the regional action plan priorities, we've actually taken part into the consultation process within our region. And back in September 2021, there was an appointment of a new working group for the preparation of a new regional program of European funds. We've become a member of that working group, as well as we now are a member of the committee group, which are evaluating any new program, any new guidelines that are coming in place. We've entered into that process and participated in preparation of the new regional operational program. Last year in December, the draft program was accepted by our voivodeship management board and consulted and later accepted by the European Union. At the moment, the action is twofold. The ministry is working on adoption of the Implementation Act, and our voivodeship management board is developing the guidelines for the project course. In March, the meeting with the entrepreneurs and presentation of the new regional operational program is being planned. And the first announcement of the first calls of the proposal are foreseen for May 2023. So I'm nearing to the end now. This is the whole process in which we've taken part. And we hope that aquatic issues can be resolved somehow by having this actually put in place into the regional operational program and giving opportunity for companies from the aquaculture business to apply for funds that are actually needed for them to build their businesses and to develop and to expand internationally. So thank you very much for your attention. Any question, please do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jacek. Any questions from the audience? No? Okay, then. If not, we can proceed with the next presentation. So I would like to invite Mr. Matej Madu to present to us the state of the action plan implementation of the Bucharest-Ilfov region. So Matej, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. So I will present our action plan, what we achieved so far. In a few words, I won't. So I will start a little bit with a little bit of information about the state of aquaculture, the Romanian aquaculture sector. The improvement to the competitiveness and entrepreneurship in aquaculture is one of the most important targets of the decision makers in the sector, given that aquaculture production represents an important part in fish production in Romania. The Romanian aquaculture is predominantly freshwater, and the country's land resources and availability of inland waters provide excellent conditions for fish farming. So there is quite a good background for aquaculture. The growth of the aquaculture production can be attributed to the expanded production of common carp in polyculture extensively or semi-intensively. And according to the National Aquaculture and Fisheries Agency, there are 135,000 hectares of freshwater aquaculture that facilitates approximately 1,000 fish farms. Regarding the action plan implementation and the policy context, We were originally targeting the regional operational program for the period 2014-2020, but because of the time frame, the program was at its end period. The distribution of funds for new calls was already set up, and we could not obtain any concrete changes. So we focused our action plan to the new operational program that we as an agency are now managing. For the previous program, we were an intermediate body. Now we are a managing authority, and so we have a little more control about this program. The regional program is called the regional program for the Bucharest-Ilfov region, and we are trying to reach this program by developing support services through a guide on encouraging aquaculture SMEs in order to promote entrepreneurship in the sector, and by facilitating access to information. So that potential beneficiaries or SMEs can apply for funding. A little bit about the background of this action, about our initiative. The source of inspiration were the study visit in Szczecin in Poland in 2019, where we had the opportunity to see a successfully established salmon farm. And also another source of inspiration is the good practice that was identified by Region Liguria regarding the creation of a practical guidelines explaining the bureaucratic and administrative procedures to start an aquaculture business from A to Z. The aim of the action was to develop a guide that will comprise of practical information that the potential beneficiaries can access in one place, and find out how to set up a business and what are the good practices in this sector. What does the guide contain, or what will be included? Documentation, a review of the documentation of permits required. That helps the business owners see that their initiative is well planned out, it is properly registered, and it is legally compliant. We want also to draw attention to the importance of the aquaculture sector and to encourage the promotion that is needed for aquatic SMEs to improve their competitiveness by making all of the information mentioned above more accessible. Who have we been working with? You can see the main stakeholders. I will not go into much detail, but decision makers, research institutes, universities, and the private sector and NGOs. What has been done so far? So we started working on the development of the guide. We assessed the situation, what is the current situation, and trying to better understand what the needs and interests are of the stakeholders community. Of course, this was done also in the phase 1 of the project, but given the pandemic, the fact that it was a bit more difficult to maintain contact with them, we wanted to see if there are any changes in this respect. We have conducted research and documentation activities on the most relevant funding sources in the aquaculture sector. Also, we collected the most relevant good practices to be included in the guide that would be relevant for the Romanian stakeholders. Of course, these good practices came from the cooperation with the partners. So amongst the best practices that were identified and validated during the phase 1 of the project. Some challenges that we encountered in the implementation of the action plan. Of course, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, it was difficult to obtain feedback or feedback in a short time from stakeholders, and some delays occurred in the implementation phase. At this moment, the guide has been drafted, and is in the final stages. However, we are waiting from some vital feedback from the stakeholders before we can prepare the final version and move on with the dissemination activities regarding the guide. So that is all from my side. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks very much, Matei. Any questions? No. Okay. Okay, so we can proceed to the next action plan then. I would like to invite Mr. Petri Muche from the Lapland University of Applied Science to present us the situation of Lapland's action plan. Petri, when you're ready, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I think you can hear me. So, greetings from the official city of Santa Claus from Rovaniemi. So we are situated in the very northern part of Finland. And maybe one thing which can be also seen in this kind of aquaculture or other economic issues when we are thinking about the development. So I think our area is quite different from the other areas participating in this project. That let's say approximately 1/3 of Finnish geographical area is in Lapland. We have in whole area about 175,000 people, which means that we have 2 persons per square kilometer. So we are quite sparsely populated. We have some municipalities where it's less than 1 person per square kilometers. So in fact, we have about the same number than reindeers than people. So, okay, please. Aha, okay, I can change it here. Is it so?
With the arrow.
Okay. So first of all, the background of action plan is, of course, it's about the EXTRA-SMEs project, local meetings we have with the stakeholders and international cooperation workshops and etc. I will not go into those because there has been several presentations where you have introduced these activities we have had in this project. Another thing which is not mentioned there is that in Lapland we have a smart specialization, let's say, plan, which is based on cluster-based development. So one of the clusters is Arctic Smart Rural Community cluster, and fisheries is mentioned there as one main point. So we have this background at our regional planning. Another one is the national strategy for the use of fish. This aquaculture production is meant to be threefold within in some, I don't know, 5-10 years. And we have the government decisions from 2021 for this one. And in this decision, it is mentioned that in aquaculture, we need site guidance. Where are the areas where the aquaculture is going to take place in future? In case of Finland, most of the areas are at the Baltic Sea area, but we have also certain places in inland waters where we can at least think to increase the production. Another thing is that there has been a lot of discussion about the new technologies. So if we go now to the action plan content. We can say that the main challenges in aquaculture development in Finland are connected in environmental effects of aquaculture. It seems that we all have the same challenge. Even though we are a very sparsely populated area, we have a lot of summer cottages all over the Lapland. And of course, as Finns, we want our summer cottages be on the shore of lake or river. And it seems that people are basically, they would like to use our own fish from wild, from aquaculture. They want to use the wind power, which is produced in Finland, but there is this kind of attitude that we can produce it, but not in my backyard. You know that. So more production, but so that we can't see it. And that this is the challenge. In our action plan, we were discussing about the site management, also about the new technologies. And then we choose that we will go on with one main specific thing. And it's the aquaculture site management at Kemijoki River Basin. So this Kemijoki River is one of the biggest rivers, if not biggest one. I suppose it can be also the biggest one in Finland. So the mean flow is 556 square meters per second at the river mouth, which runs into the Baltic Sea in the northern part of Baltic Sea. It has been already used so that it's modified environment with several hydropower plants. So it's not a natural river in that sense. However, the water quality is still very good. We also discussed earlier with the use of new technology, this recirculation aquaculture systems, and we are still doing it, but we didn't include it into the action plan as such. So the action plans was finalized in June 2021. We get the acceptance from the management authority in July, and due to some delays, it was signed in November 2021 by Regional Council of Lapland. The reason was basically so that many people changed their duties, and there was new persons coming to the Regional Council of Lapland. There is not dramatic things, but it's about the administration itself. So, current situation. We have had quite a lot of discussions about with the possible funding organizations like Regional Council of Lapland, and also for the Center for Economic Development. So this means that we have been discussing mainly about the use of structural funds, different kind of structural funds. And then, of course, especially for the technical things connected to site management, or even to the use of new technology, we have had intensive discussion with the Natural Resources Institute Finland, which is the main research institute in aquaculture or in fisheries in Finland. So in fact, to the delay of structural funds, we will get the first calls of this 2021-2027 structural funds in the beginning of next month. So we have seen some drafts, but we will wait for the final ones before we can actually do the applications for the next steps. So we are planning to make applications both for the site management at the Kemijoki River Basin, and also for promoting new technologies like this recirculation aquaculture systems, or kind of partly recirculation activation aquaculture systems. And I think it's basically there, but you know, I didn't include any details about the Finnish aquaculture, because in our Finnish delegation there is Petri Heinimaa from Natural Resource Institute Finland, who will give his own presentation later. And in our delegation is also a person from Regional Council of Lapland. So this time we have also a person from regional authority. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Petri. And thank you very much for bringing along the stakeholders. This is a very important part of the project. So thank you very much for all your efforts and for joining us here today. I assume there are no questions, so we can invite Mr. Ian Branihan from the WDC, the Western Development Commission, to update us on the status of the action plan as well. Ian, sorry.
No problem. Coffee break, I think. Okay, shall I just go?
Of course.
Kalimeras, I think still. Hello, everyone. My name is Ian Brannigan. I'm here from sunny Ireland, always sunny. So please come. And we don't have Santa Claus, but we have many other things. Just to go through some of the action plans and what we've done as a team. So my name is Ian. I am the head of regional development for the Western Development Commission. Basically, the largest river in Ireland is the Shannon, and everything to the west of it, unsurprisingly, is what we do. So today I'll be talking to you about the aims and impacts forecasted in the extra-SME problem, the interregional workshop, some of the key achievements, simplified administrative procedures, and the final action plan impacts and challenges. So a little bit about myself and my organization. We don't just do aquaculture, we are regional development. So we've been around for about 25 years now. We're quite unusual in Ireland because we don't really do a lot of regional development in Ireland. It's just the way our sort of system grew up from I guess, our independence 100 years ago. And the organization I work for does policy, does investment, and does regional development. So 3 strands. We have a VC fund, a venture capital fund. So as I was mentioning to Petri and Etienne, we actually invest in fish farms and aquaculture as well as talk about the policy. So it gives us an interesting take. In Europe in recent years, we have done about 30 million in projects. It's fantastic. Like some of the dignitaries earlier this morning, Europe has been a godsend to Ireland. It's moved us from where we were in the 1980s to a very prosperous country today, indeed. And I think Europe has done a lot to help us in that. The organization itself in Europe, as I said, nearly 30 million, engaged with nearly 500 businesses. And if you look at the website, you'll see a lot more details on this. Just the last bit about us. Last year, we did just under 7 million in European projects. But I think more importantly, when we talk to people, we really emphasize that we engaged 132 SMEs, directly supported them, 40 of them. Jobs and publications are there. I think the important thing is that, as Petri was mentioning, we too are a rural region, and COVID and the pandemic meant that the support that we provided was really important for a lot of small SMEs to continue. So I'm sure a lot of you have had similar things, but as my colleague there was talking earlier, it gave us a problem to connect to SMEs, but at the same time, we did help them in other ways. So that was important. So coming on to what we're talking about here today, the EXTRA-SME project. When we started out looking at this in 2018, we were looking to gain insights and understanding of the priorities. We wanted to bring together, or homogenize is the big word in English, project themes and ideas. We want to identify challenges, ensure stakeholders, which was quite problematic because of the pandemic, but it was an aspiration we had, and identify areas for proven SME extraversion. And I have to do a huge shout out to Margarita for explaining to me from Liguria what extraversion was, because I had no idea what it was at the beginning of this program. But basically it's internationalizing SMEs, getting them out there and globalizing their products. We worked very extensively, and I can't really see because I'd like to thank him, with some of our colleagues around communications. One of the things we did as a regional development body ourselves, and it was an outcome for us, was we put aquaculture out there in a nice way. It's on our website, people can see it. And that's important because, as you'll see in later slides, our aquaculture, like the European norm that Maria was talking about earlier, it's around 18 to 20% of our total sea or marine economy, but 70% of that is in our region. So it's reasonably consistent with European norms, or the value nationally, but where I live and where I work, it's really important. We have most of it in our region. Some of this has been mentioned by other partners very kindly, but some of the things we did and key achievements were things like we had an info day with Finnish and Polish partners. I won't go through it all, but basically it happened on the 20th of, it happened on the 6th of May, 2021. It of course was online, because at this stage we were all locked in and locked up, half of us. And we did a lot of sharing of best practice knowledge. As you see, and I know Petri is going to present this afternoon. I believe Petri, if you recall, we were talking there that day about it. From the Polish side, we had the Rusiak professor there from Western Pomeranian University, and Ronan Cooney and Damien Toner from Ireland. What I would point out is that BIM, which is Bodi Skiwara, it's the Irish language, that is our national fisheries board. So they're really important. They're the people who drive nationally the whole thing. So the project got to talk to some of the most senior people in the country. Again, you'll read this again. I won't dwell on it too much, but I think the point I'm trying to make is the area I work in is here. And as you see, this is the vast majority, this coastline here, of the total value. So we talked about it earlier. Valuation for aquaculture is 180 million, 18,000 people employed. Main species, salmon, oyster, mussel. Very importantly, we have a big thing with organic. So since 2016, all of our salmon has been organic. We don't have Norwegian partners, but one of the big challenges we have in aquaculture is large multinationals wanting to brand wash slightly with our aquaculture. It's considered internationally very good, especially amongst the English-speaking diaspora in the States and all of that. We have a very great reputation. So this aquaculture project was very important to safeguard some of the local economies, if you know what I mean, so that it wasn't just globally exported. I'm giving you too much detail. You don't have to read all this. I know English is not many people's first language, but when you look at the presentation, you can see life cycle analysis. We shared that at this meeting. I want to give a flavor of what this project has actually done, which is very good. And I mentioned Damien Toner from Bodi Skiwara. This is their view of aquaculture within the seafood. So we got to share that. Now, I've given the Irish perspective because that's what I'm doing, but equally, my colleagues from Poland and my colleagues from Finland would have had similar stories, and a lot of exchange of information was facilitated through EXTRA-SME. One of the things I'd just like to mention, an outcome from that was the Hatch program. The Hatch is an investment program for angel investors around aquaculture, which is quite important. And although it's not a policy thing, it would be fed in, and it was fed into our policy instruments as something that we need to look forward to going into the future. Why? Because Hatch is the embodiment of a policy of technology within aquaculture. So a lot of the technology was discussed. This is how it is realized. And there's a lot of money coming in, both from Europe, matching the private sector to try and increase this. And it could be a means for other organizations in other areas to look at in the future. So you don't just look for drawdown from public sector funds, but you match it with private sector. Another key advance, which was mentioned earlier, was the very early meeting we had around simplified administrative procedures. So foreshore licensing and other aspects of administrative procedures. This was great because, I know Vasiliki, don't think you were there at that one, but it was actually great because everyone was there, and I met many of you there for the first time. And unfortunately, soon after this, we couldn't meet anymore. So this was quite good. The outcome of this, which looked at an input paper, which put the scene on simplified administrative procedures, and then looked at a discussion on what the issues were, what the best practice was, what other countries like Finland and Greece, Romania, the various aspects of the administrative procedures were looked at, and a final report was produced and fed back and is on the website. And it formed part of, I think, the summing up by the lead partner. Again, I really don't want to go through this, but the recommendations were quite detailed that came out of this workshop, and the report is quite detailed. So just to give you a flavor of it, best practices, we look from the region of Peloponnese here, the simplification of national legislation. In Finland, they looked at electronic licenses, and in Liguria, they had information booklets. So marketing was quite a big thing in the knowledge transfer. So these are the type of things that were looked at in the workshop. Again, coming down, role of online and web-based facilities. And then things about other projects like tapas. I realize tapas, for those who are hungry, it has other meanings, but actually it also was a very good project that was shown to us and allowed us to look at how other people looked at administrative procedures within aquaculture. So that's on our website, and the links to that are there. So all of that is very, very good. And regional identity and strategy is important. I rolls into brand and stuff there. So the action plan that resulted from simplified administrative procedures, and they were the two themes that we looked at for the action plan. What we did there was we took the policy recommendations from the report that I talked about, and we tried to put it into the regional operating plan. Now, I spoke to one of the colleagues there from the department earlier. This is very challenging for us. Our regional operating plan in Ireland is very spatially aspected. It's looking at infrastructure, it's looking at homes, because homelessness is a big problem for us at the moment in terms of trying to, it's one of the fine tunings in the society we're looking at. Nevertheless, we got to meet with people, we got to talk about it, and as we'll see later on, we did have impact on the regional operating plan, though perhaps not as clear-cut as we had hoped in the beginning. The second thing we looked to do was extraversion, which is basically the internationalization, and we had a series of requirements to do that. We basically wanted to look at facilities that would globally support aquaculture and grow it. Now, I'm just going to check time, so I think I'm okay for another minute or so. What I'll do is just cut to the end there. So, in terms of the simplified administrative procedures, we have from the region of Peloponnese, from Finland, from Romania, from Slovenia, from Poland, we have all the best practice, we have all the recommendations, we have the report put out, and it is actually in the regional operating plan. Now, these are the exchange of emails, because at the end of the day, typical bureaucratic speak, I suppose, it's kind of in there, but it's not in there as a line item that you can point to. It's incorporated into the themes that were put into the regional operating plan. Now, this regional operating plan is 2021 to 2027. It's just been released, actually. It's in draft form still at the moment. It will be formally released, I believe, in the next month. And the good news is that aquaculture is somehow in there. It's been accommodated, although I think in the next version, we would look to have it more explicit. Extraversion is a little bit more solid. The two things that I think the EXTRA-SME have really helped us, if you go back to the aims, is first of all, we now have Be an Innovator up and running. It was supposed to be Q2 2022. It's actually been officially launched now, 2 of 3 buildings. This includes an aquaculture and seafood innovation center. What that means is that the produce can be upgraded, and aquaculture food companies will be using it as a raw material to actually sell to international markets. So all sorts of good things will come out of that. And lastly, we have secured a 1.5 million Interreg project with Oulu University in Finland, and that was approved in December. And in part, it's called CircNets. In part, it is from this project and some of the international learnings we had around aquaculture. What that's seeking to do is really upgrade our aquaculture offering through having a sustainability plan for single-use plastics within the fishing gear used within aquaculture. So a mixed bag, but before I get off the stage, I'd just like to say to Maria Vasiliki, and thanks very much for all your help. You really made it a very easy project, and to all the project partners, thank you. And as I say, come to sunny Ireland anytime you're free. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ian. Should we proceed with Vasilis? So Vasilis, when you're ready, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Maria. Okay. So my name is Vasilis Kokinos. I work at the University of Patras. I'm a postdoctoral researcher at the Computer Informatics Department. And the University of Patras is located 1.5 hours from here, depending on how you drive. Yeah, we're really close, even though we are at a different region. We're not located in the region of Peloponnese. We're located at the region of Western Greece. So I had prepared some slides, 1 or 2 slides regarding the current status of aquaculture in Greece, but I will not go into detail because the regional government had already said some important issues. 2 differences compared to what the regional government, Mr. Nikas, told earlier, is that actually the region of Western Greece is the first region in terms of aquaculture products here in Greece. It is region of Peloponnese is following. And secondly, regarding the know-how, since the University of Patras has a specific department, the aquaculture department, which actually, let's say, produces really experienced and graduate students from these departments actually are absorbed by the industry at 80%, which is actually unique for the Greek case. Some figures I have included. You see here in Greece, we have 62 companies. This is actually data from the first 2 years of the project. Probably these figures have been increased by now. There are 318 operating licenses, and when we are talking about the production, the fish production, we are talking about 112,000 tons per year. You see here what we fully agree with what the regional government said earlier is that one of the main problems here in Greece is that the allocated zones for aquaculture, even though they have been, we have been discussing for these zones like 10 years ago, still have not been implemented. This is one of the major problems here in Greece because you can see the aquaculture sector is the second most dynamic sector here in Greece. And the first one is tourism. And as Mr. Nikas told earlier, these 2 sectors conflict with each other. It is very important to have these zones implemented as soon as possible. Some advantages, let's not go into detail to save some time. I think you are all familiar with the aquaculture zones and the advantages that they may bring. Some other important problems that the sector is facing have to do with the procedure to obtain the license. During the stakeholder meetings that we had throughout the project duration, we were faced with some examples that really are crazy. There was one unit, as you can see, that received the license 10 years after they applied for the license. You see how long it takes for a unit to start making, let's say, their application and receiving the license after 10 years. The man that owned this company told us that when he received the decision, he could not remember for which unit he had applied. So after 10 years, he was not, he could not remember this case. What is, let's say, optimistic, not all things are bad. One of the good things here in Greece is, at least for the Western Greece region, is that, as you can see in the last bullet, the operational program 2021-2027 that is actually being drafted. We have a first draft which has gone through a consultation session, is that we can see it has one point regarding the allocation, the maritime spatial planning in the region of Mesoloki, which is very active regarding the aquaculture units that it has. So in this context, in 2020, I believe, we submitted our first version of the action plan to the Management Authority of Finland Europe, and it was approved. And we started the implementation in June 2021. Remember that we are in the middle of the pandemic, and during that time, we had already shown some cases. We had received some feedback from the units that people at that time made a turn and wanted to consume locally produced fish. This was, let's say, the basis for the two actions that we have forecasted in our action plan. It was supposed to be financed by the operational program 14-20, but as you can see currently under development, the operational program that will be finance these two actions is the following one. Now let's go to the action very briefly. The first action was to fund through the operational program the model of locally produced, locally consumed. This model was our target. Actually, you can see the source of inspiration during our studied visit Stettin. We saw that there was indeed a company, let's say a restaurant, that consumed salmon produced from a local aquaculture farm. So this was the first action. You can see here some figures also, the indicative costs and the funding resources. And the second action, also connected with the first one, was the funding of traceability actions for local aquaculture products, which also not applies to the local consumers, but also for other cases to know exactly how much time does it take to get the fish from the aquaculture farm to our plates. This was also action that was supposed to be financed by the operational program of Western Greece, and an indicative cost was about $200,000 euros. Sorry. Now, some problems. These two actions, when we started it, I told you we were during the pandemic, so there was a shift. We had two problems actually. The first one was that we were in a transition phase from the one operational program to another, and the funds from the first one had already been planned to be spent, so there was not enough money to implement these two actions. But the second also important problem was that during that phase, our region spent a lot of money of this operational program to face the pandemic and to finance actions related to the pandemic. So there were no funds available at the current operational program, while the new one, as I told you earlier, is still under development. What we did, even though the regional government of Western Greece showed an extreme interest for these two actions, and these two actions were also discussed during the first aquaculture conference of Greece. We still have the, let's say, the interest of our region to implement these two actions and to go forward with implementing them. And we believe that when this the following operational program will begin, they will finance and start implementing these two actions. That was it from my side. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Vasilis, for all the interesting details. We can move on to the next and final action plan before our lunch break. So I would like to invite Dr. Diana Cybulskian to update us on NRD's action plan in Lithuania. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon for all. And about our action plan, firstly, Lithuania is, as I heard during all project time, that Lithuania has, I think, the smallest agriculture sector. Because we have very small part of sea, and the most aquaculture companies or some units, they are doing that, they are in the country. But with help of this project, we had possibility to make more attention to the aquaculture sector, to start the discussions about the importance of this sector, to develop the sector, to make some decisions. They will help to increase the value of the sector. And we are very thankful that we are in this project, that we were in this project during this whole period, because it's started the discussions in Lithuania. So I hope, okay. So just as you see, the action plan prepared of NRD aims to impact other regional development policy instruments. As I said, that we made not research, but we checked what is the situation in Lithuania, and we saw that in some specific regional strategies or in strategy plans, there is not a very big importance given to the aquaculture sector, general fisheries sector. Then we found that is separate programs made, operational program of Lithuania fisheries sector, and the implementation is still working till the end of this year, because this period is longer. And the second part, what is the operational program of Lithuania fisheries sector 2021-2027. And confirmed only last year in the end of November. But so we have some details of the action plan. Additional explanation that Lithuania is not so big country, then we have not a very detailed, how to say, not detailed, but not special sum for the regional strategic plans. So it means that these strategic plans for some sectors are prepared for the Lithuania in general. And then we have checked that the fisheries sector is not the priority in Lithuania. It means, as I said, it's not very big part in that. And we had possibilities to start the discussions with the policymakers and to make some changes, what I will show for you. And as well, we have some, as COVID, war in Ukraine, and increased energy resources prices, adjusted the funding priorities in Lithuania, and just some starting of the new period is stacking. So then funding programs, I will skip that. What we have learned from that, as I said, it was very good for us experience to learn more about that aquaculture sector, about extraversion, internalization of aquaculture SMEs. And to check what there are some barriers or problems in the aquaculture companies, and especially to check the number of these companies, the possibilities of these companies. We see that this part of the companies during this period of project from 2018 till 2022 is very big change. So they are developing, they are growing, they are using this supply chain, so added values chain. It's very nice. It was very nice to discuss with them and to see the changes. And the action plan included actions included in this plan aim to boosting the extraversion, internalization, and competitiveness of the Lithuanian aquaculture SMEs. Okay, so then about the actions. The first action, of course, as I said, it is very important to talk more about the internationalization and extraversion of SMEs in Lithuania, aquaculture SMEs. Then we make more attention for this action. And of course, it was the background of that, the outcomes of this project, their activities are mentioned there. I will not read once again. And the discussions with project partners, with stakeholders of the project partners, it helps us to understand this importance. And of course, we did, we we organized the discussions with policymakers to pay more attention and include in the new operational program this more attention to the internationalization of the aquaculture companies, to help them to have more export markets, because the market is too small, and this aquaculture companies, they should have possibility to have enough knowledge, enough help for the policymakers to increase the export of its production. And then players involved, they are mentioned, of course, NRD and FarNet Lithuanian representative municipalities, because it was our big, how to say, influence to make some changes in the operational program. And of course, this operational program is now we have final program, and it started to implement. It will be then implementation in the end of this year, so with some new projects. And second action, it is the strengthening of the cooperation between scientific institutions and agriculture SMEs. Of course, this part is very important to help this type of companies to use new technologies, innovations, because we have some very strong institutions. Klaipėda University, Vytautas Magnus University, they have separate institutes for the agriculture. And with help of this cooperation, they can create new technologies, and of course, then implement new products. So then it was as well our discussion to make more attention in the operational program to include this specific projects or funding role, how to say, and to help with this cooperation to make, as I said, new innovation products, and as well to increase in the global market the competitiveness of this companies. So then, of course, the action that is establishing, identification, of course, it was very made discussions to see the needs of the companies, and we checked that they have needs to cooperate with the scientific institutions. And I said the institutions have as well enough capacity to help to the companies. And of course, then we have a result. We are happy that it was included in the operational plan, and it's planned around 500,000 euros for the common projects of the SMEs, so agricultural SMEs in Lithuania and scientific institutions, to do some new projects and create some new products. So thank you very much. So very short.
Thank you very much, Diana. So now we can proceed with our light lunch. We can take a break. And since we are a bit behind on schedule, let's say that we meet here at 2:30. Yeah, 2:30. So see you back here in a while. Thank you. To our last session for today. Yeah, okay. So we have a small change in the schedule. I would like to invite Mr. Leonidas Papacharisis, coordinator of the technical committee of the Hellenic Aquaculture Producers Organization and sustainability director at Abramar, to take the floor. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the invitation and also for that you accepted my request to change the role. Good afternoon to all of you. I would like to congratulate you for the very good project that you have implemented so far. It's very interesting. And the most important thing is the opportunity that you have to exchange ideas and to share and to discuss based on common problems across the Europe regarding the aquaculture development. And also I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation once again and give us the opportunity to share with you our interest and our ambition regarding the development of this sector in Greece, in Mediterranean, but also in whole Europe. The meaning of my presentation is to describe you what is the response of the professionals, of the operators, of farmers on the mega trends of our societies, and independent if this is at local level, at country level, or at European level. How we're going to respond in the demand for more sustainable production and operation, for more environmental friendly products, and to give the opportunity to consumers to get access in an affordable protein of high nutritional value, that it is produced based on some very good practices. The main response at professional level, it is the introduction in the Mediterranean of the new version of code of conduct for Mediterranean aquaculture. The code of conduct comes with specific targets on and good on different areas of to provide good response and reliable responses in all areas of interest, like the environment, the society, and also the consumers. In each of these areas, we have specific commitments through the code of conduct, that each one of the associations that are located in each one of the Mediterranean country that produce Mediterranean species like gilt-head sea bream, European sea bass, but also other species like migr and red sea bream, how they are going to formulate their operation, how they are going to form their operation, and how they are going to exchange actions and to describe the interactions that the sector will have with their stakeholders. And as stakeholders, we recognize all these institutions, organizations, consumers, local authorities, NGOs, that they have the opportunity to influence our decision-making process and to influence also the execution of fish farming in the area. So all the associations agreed that are located in Mediterranean aquaculture in Mediterranean countries like Apromar from Spain, API from Italy, HAPO from Greece, and also from France and Croatia, on this code of conduct that the basic principles I'm going to present you. So how we are going to create value for each in all these areas of interest? We have to create value, first of all, for the society and the consumers that our products are addressed to. So we have to be more extraversial, and we have to establish communication lines with the main stakeholders of aquaculture. We have, in any case, in these very volatile times, to secure our value chain and the fact that and our supply chain, and the fact that we can still offer to the consumers high nutritional products. And you can understand the difficulties, especially people that are more related with livestock production or agriculture. All these times now with the pandemic, with energy crisis, with financial crisis that we passed during the last 10, 15 years. In any case, we have to safeguard as producers the safety of the consumers that they choose to have our products. And always we have to keep investments and to keep investing on innovation and new knowledge, especially in the aquaculture sector, that it's a very new sector for humanity, especially the marine aquaculture sector. Consider that marine aquaculture established in Europe in late 60s, and in Mediterranean it was at late 80s. So it's a very new production sector that in many cases we have to provide to create new knowledge and to provide new answers for all the problems that we face. More than that, we have a big part of our sources that we have to take care, and these are our employees. Our employees is a great asset for us, and in any case, we have to invest on them. We have to provide to the employees in the sector security and to offer them a safe job on this harsh environment that in many cases they have to work, like the marine environment, either in open sea areas or either close to or close to the seashore. And also in many occasions, employees that they have to work even below the surface of the water, like divers, that they have to work on a daily basis. More than that, we have to invest in the education of these employees and in the vocational training, because as more educated and trained are our employees, the better will be the outcome and the productivity will be increased. And at the very end, this will create also for them more secure jobs, as there will not be easy process to replace them, and you have to keep investing on them. And finally, we have to respect, in any case, human rights and equality at work. And aquaculture sector provides very good also employment opportunities to women. Specific parts of the supply chain are dominated by women, like processing plants, packing plants, or even hatcheries. And finally, in any case, one of the most important areas that we have to work is the environmental impact of our operations. And for this reason, we have named specific measures how to select the sites that we're going to establish the fish farms, and how we are going to protect the environment that we plan to operate. Consider that we will be the first as producers that we are going to face the consequences of a bad environment. As the first victim of any environmental problem will be the fish that we grow. In any more than that, we have to safeguard the health and the welfare of the fish that we grow. So we have to invest on new knowledge in order to prevent diseases, or to have reliable tools in order to address problems when they come, like parasites or a bacterial disease that we can face in the areas that we work and we operate. And also we have to safeguard the welfare of the species. All the operators, the fish farmers, recognize that fish welfare is related with the quality of the product that it is offered in the market. So high welfare, it's also related with high quality, and also it is related with the productivity of the operations. So we have recognized that this is critical. This is also the demand coming from consumers, and we have to provide reliable solutions also on these. Of great interest is the sustainable feed ingredients that we have to use in order to feed our fish. We are heavily dependent from the feed that we provide to our fishes, and as this is also one of the major costs on one hand, but also is a major driver of the quality that we offer to our customers. We used to work in open environments. We have close interaction with the wildlife. So we have interactions either with predators that are inside the sea, or with cormorants, birds that they are also live in close to the fish farms. And even in this case, we have on one hand to protect the wildlife, but also our the fish that we grow, and also to be cautious about possible biological hazards that may appear, may be in place because of these interactions. Especially in Europe, we have to consider that all the operations have to be under a very strict legislative framework. There is a huge list, a big list of rules of either European laws or country laws, national laws, that we have to respect. And these, in any case, influence our decisions and our practices that we use. There is a big list of legislation related with the how we're going to take care of the health of our fish, how we're going to produce the feed that we have to give to our fish, what type of ingredients we can use and what we cannot use, what is the environmental monitoring system that has to be in place, the licensing system that you spent a lot of time during this seminar today to discuss. All these big, huge legislative framework create constraints in the operations, and we have to fulfill them. And unfortunately, this also creates differences in the level playing field with competitive products that are imported from third countries, that they don't have all these huge legislation to follow. And more than that, in order to address the competition, we have to follow also good other practices that are imposed by other type of standards that in many cases we have to provide to justify the way that we work in order to be compliant with these standards and to have the relevant certificates. And in any case, we have also to foresee the consequences of the climate change that we live in our days, and how we're going to address all the big challenges that are related with the climate change. So I will just have the opportunity to describe you some more specific actions for basic steps towards to our pathway towards to sustainable development of the sector. And these are actions that are related with the reduction of CO2 emissions, how the operators interact with the local communities, how we're going to reduce, how it is possible for a fish farm to reduce the environmental footprint, and the plans and actions in place in order to reverse the biodiversity loss that we face in our planet, and what are our proposal for sustainable food systems. So the process in order to transit to more sustainable food systems is, first of all, we have to reduce our dependency on scarce ingredients that or ingredients that are in scarce today, like fish meal and fish oil. The fact that we grow fish that they are used to feed by animal proteins we have to reverse this, and we have to be independent of these resources that are in scarce today. So we have to invent new feed ingredients, new formulations that will be possible to feed our fish without jeopardizing and put questions on the nutritional value of the products that we offer. In any case, we have to reduce the use of antimicrobials, antiparasites in our production, and this will be possible if we will adopt new preventive measures, and if we can explore the possibilities of the technology with the development of new vaccines. And in any case, we have to improve our animals' welfare with good practices in place, with training of our employees, and also with recognize critical steps in the development stages of the fish that may jeopardize their welfare, and to provide solutions on this area. And this will be possible only in cooperation, hand in hand with the academia and the research institutes. More than that, the companies that they have realized that it is possible to increase the productivity if we have a more selective choose of the breeders and of the fish that we are going to grow in the years to come. So investment on long-term selective breeding programs is also of great importance for the sector, and this is also a reality in Mediterranean. There are breeding programs for major farmed species with very good results, and we can invest further on this. In any case, we have to be more transparent. We have to be more open to the society, and we have to provide information about our operations and our results. Aquaculture has not to be a black box for the society and for the authorities and for the NGOs. So we have to be open on this and to provide reliable data. And we have to establish tools how this will be possible. And as I told you, we will continue to invest in knowledge, creation of new knowledge and innovation, because this is the only way to address the major questions and problems that are in place, and this will be possible to create new value for the sector in order to be here and to remain as a reliable supplier of fish protein in the years to come. Actions in order to reverse the biodiversity losses, we have to secure the high environmental status of our establishments with monitoring programs, with wastewater treatments, with better management of our wastes, with a reduction in the use of plastics. All these actions have to be in place from the farmers, and this is the guidance provided from the Code of Conduct. Deforestation is a high risk also for the planet, and as we are more and more dependent on good arable land in order to produce our feeds, we have to take care the deforestation process. So this is in our case, our criteria how we're going to resource our feed ingredients from areas that they don't have bad practices on creation of new arable land, like deforestation. We have to, when we are sourcing fish meal and fish oil, we have to secure that these ingredients are coming from well-managed fisheries, And all these fisheries are under a sustainable fisheries plan. And more than that, we have to increase the voluntary certifications schemes and to press our suppliers, to put pressure on our suppliers in order to adapt to the new voluntary certification schemes. Creation job in rural areas. We have we used to operate in remote areas in all main countries, and in these areas we provide reliable, long-term, permanent, and well-paid jobs. That this gives the opportunity and the ability for people to remain at their home and create their family and their future this way. We promote the health and safety of our employees with providing them training, providing them measures in order to protect their safety, and also all means and tools in order to secure them that they will be safe and will return every afternoon back to their home. And this is very critical for us. We protect the human rights, as I told you, and the gender equality with in many occasions we have too many employees, especially in places like packing plants and processing plants, that a lot of people, they have to work. And during also the pandemic, we had a very good reaction on this area, and this allow us to continue our operations without any significant problems. And we still develop and invest in the safety of our employees. More than that, we have to invest in the education and the development of our people. We are dependent from our people, and in order to be better in the future as operators, as organizations, we have to invest in their development and education. And finally, we have to support local communities. Specific actions that are in favor for the local communities have to be in place, and in the operators have to do actions and have to interact with the local communities. We have some examples for these interactions. I have a short video that you can see. Is the support of a local grocery for people in the local people in the area of Igoumenitsa.
Ο Δήμος μας είναι ένας εκρητικός Δήμος με πολλά ορεινά χωριά και πολλοί δικαιούχοι του προγράμματός μας δεν μπορούν εύκολα να προμηθεύονται φρέσκο ψάρι. Η δωρεά αυτή είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντική για εκείνους.
Από τη σύσταση του Κοινωνικού Παντοπολίου το 2017 έως και σήμερα, η ιχθυοκαλλιέργεια στέκεται αραγώς δίπλα μας στην προσπάθειά μας να ανταποκρινόμαστε στις ανάγκες των ωφελούμενων της δομής που ανήκουν στις κοινωνικά ευπαθείς ομάδες του πληθυσμού, παρέχοντάς τους ένα προϊόν υψηλής διατροφικής αξίας όπως είναι το ψάρι.
There are many other examples like this, interacting with with local communities by providing also some the opportunity to get access to specific treatments or specific checks for their health that in many occasions are not they don't have the proximity in the remote areas that we are work. And finally, we have to adapt, as I told you, to the climate change. So we have to take care about the feed ingredients that we use, where we are sourcing them from, how we are going to work with them, and how we're going to choose ingredients that are less demanding on energy. And although that we are not major consumers of power in our operations, in any case, we have to take care from what kind of sources we source power in our establishments. And to be open and transparent in order to report our carbon emissions. As you can see in this slide, fish is between the products with the lowest impact on climate change indicators like carbon footprint. And it's possible for the consumers that they have to get access to this type of protein, and through their choices also to do their own actions regarding climate change. So if just introduce 1 or 2 more portions of fish on the weekly menu, on their weekly menu, and replacing other type of proteins, they can have also a small step towards to reduction of carbon footprint, as the emissions that are related with their choice will be lower compared to other choices. Thank you for your patience, and if you have any questions, I think that this is all.
Thank you very much for your time and for being here with us today. So do we have any questions from the audience? Okay, then I guess we can proceed with the next presentation that we will connect via Zoom with Mr. Giovanni Caprino, who is the manager of DLTM, who is our advisory partner, but also the president of Cluster BIG, National Cluster on Blue Italian Growth. Just 1 second that we make the connection. And
hi.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, we're hearing me. Is all okay?
Yes, we can hear you. We can see you
Yes.
perfectly as well.
Yes, I try to connect my presentation. I hope you see.
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, thank you, and I apologize for my absence. Is not present in Greece, and I am Giovanni Caprino. I am general manager of DLTM, but I speak here because I am a president of Blue Italian Growth Technology Cluster. Is just some word. I see we have a very few time, but just some word about our cluster. Is one of the 12 Italy cluster around all important activity in Italy, and our cluster is very new aspect because put all together the blue economy, the national blue economy on the in Italy, and we are different mission. Of course, you have one is to make a community, to grow up with a partnership, integration, and achievement. Is our sector, when we speak about the blue economy, it's very difficult to understand what is a mean because it's very wide range. We are involved in 6 different trajectory, technical trajectory. One is a marine habitat and coastal zone, and the second one a biotic marine reserves. In this sense, we include the aquaculture and fishing. Is a third trajectory is abiotic marine reserves, and shipbuilding and marine robotics, blue renewable energy, and blue biotechnologies. Also, biotechnology and the biotic marine is all connected. Well, we have also other 3 trajectory One is the research infrastructure, sustainability and economic use of the sea, and the skill and job. We understand in a meeting today what is important on the skill and job of different aspects on the blue economy on that. And a very few words was activity, of course, is a strategic support of policymaker, international development, animation and networking, communication and promotion, support, recession, enhances the process, support, educational and training. Well, in the few words, the community are made by research center, university, more 22 universities, small, medium enterprise, a large company, and business consortia and the research center. Well, what is we have a very large partnership. We speak about is the importance of blue economy in Mediterranean. We have signed MOU with Tunisia Maritime Tunisian cluster, and we have organized, we work in the West Med Maritime Cluster Alliance. And we have some project to help financed by European community to help the small medium enterprise and also for digital transformation. And also we have a project to improve knowledge in maritime cluster. And we have some submit project on the project on this year. Where is we all in the Mediterranean, we make a lot of work to put all activity on the Mediterranean together because we are sure is Mediterranean area, but not a border, a national border. And we have write a memorandum with Italian Tunisia just to improve the fishing and aquaculture also in the South Mediterranean area. Our vision for a big, and I arrived to speak about aquaculture, increase European and cross-border networking, particularly in southern shore of the Mediterranean. And the cluster big is a key point of reference for policymakers of both national and regional in Italy level, being the main promoter for innovation in transversal sector in the blue economy between research centers and university and industrial. It's very important to connect all together. Well, what do you say in aquaculture with one of the our trajectory, and is aquaculture, of course, we understand also the speaker before, is a crucial role in global food security and nutrition, is by 2030 aquatic food production is forecast to increase by the further 15%. This requires a new sustainability and equitable aquaculture development strategy. Also, the aquaculture value chain can contribute to achieving the most relevant SDGs of both national and regional level, making householder and community and more resilient environmental shock and economic or environmental shock. Well, just to have, I hope to see a presentation. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Is in this graphics is sourced by FAO. Is a trend of the aquaculture and the fishing. It's incredible because you can see the fishing is reduced due to the fact the poor of the fish on the sea. And in the same time, we have seen it's necessary to improve the food by the fish. And in this sense, we are very clear to understand is a grow up the aquaculture to increase the food by fishing production. In Italy, but in the Mediterranean area, is the most represented sector is that of the shellfish farming. In addition to clam, Italy produces mussel and the other farm species, sea bream, sea bass, and the freshwater species, trout, for example. In Italy, in the last 50 years, growth the production from aquaculture is estimated by 40%, 40% thanks to investment aiming to implementation of facilities and the creation a new one. Well, I try to presentation a SWOT analysis on with a different point of view of the strength, weakness, opportunities, and threat. And just to is important what is the strength. Of course, we are agree with the other with the project with EXTRA-SMEs project and with the other speaker is a strong cultural and eating tradition is a very strong. Is a strong stakeholder interaction with the research organization, high production delivery from the sea. As for intensive aquaculture, Italy has a premise in Europe thanks to strong integration to supply chain with a company and excellent quality of the product, strong focus on a fish catch halt, netting grid for selective fishing, frontier technology in aquaculture with high potential for development and growth, high research and development competence, as well as innovative in the sector and strong partnership with the public and the private agency. In this way, we try to push the collaboration with the south part of the Mediterranean. Of course, we have also a weakness, is very important, just to have idea. The first one is say a lot, is 75% of a national demand is satisfied by import. And we cover in Italy only 25% of our demand. It's very, very low quantity. Overfishing due to the excessive resource exploitation, low economic competitiveness on fishing company, lack of innovation strategy. We are very ready to research activity, but in the same time we have a lack of innovation. And fishing fleet is really obsolete. We speak about is more 25 years old, and low generation turnover is another problem connect, of course, with education and job. Entrepreneurial fragmentation and weak investment, no reuse of waste with a strong impact on the environmental, moderate growth scenario, and need for a greater representation in the sector and lack of instructional and facility insert in a system on structural research. Well, I don't know what's happened. Okay, the opportunity environmentally friendly, practical, and high potential for building stronger aquaculture supply chain, and the local level is also based on a multi-trophic scheme, a relevant public fund allocated of the sector on the EU national regional level. And the creation is a very important opportunity on international network for research and development a new marine derivative products. On the product is very, very important. Strong foreign competition is a threat, illegal and amateur fishing. Market of the not ready to accept the different category of the product. Is important to make education with the different market. Lack of the capital for investment, increase intensification may introduce environmental and socioeconomic change. Well, What is efficiency? Just the speaker before said, is aquaculture is a very efficiency. We see is a comma is a rate is a feed conversion rate. Just one have a number is a aquaculture is a 1.1 by the breeding of the cow is between 4:10 is a feed conversion ratio. We see is a fish is a aquaculture is really the future is for that is a prevision, the projector for the future is increased so rapidly in the next 10 years. Not so rapidly a short period, but with a mass increase and go rapidly later. Well, I go with finish my presentation just to speak about what is important on research, innovation, and strategy toward sustainability. And some biological people said very clear what is important is a future of the aquaculture. When we eat a sea bream or sea bass from aquaculture is the same to eat lion steak by feeding them cows. This idea is very it's not so very convenience by sustainability is necessary to change rapidly the idea of the sustainability of the aquaculture. It's important to practically and fully enter a supply chain system by offering quality product, increase the production of mussel and seaweed farming. Is a mussel is one of the very high sustainability food we can eat and improve safety and food to of the ingredient feed. It will be a priority to invest in nutraceutical microalgal production with a high solution. Is a future of the aquaculture is to improve, to change the object of the culture in totally. Well, what is the technology need? Use information technology for food safety control and monitoring, new technology for automation and monitoring of aquaculture plants for the use of new species, develop a low environmental impact plan, multifunctional offshore platform integration with aquaculture system. This is very important of the future. Need of the new techniques for cultivation, varietal choice, and genetic improvement of the species and the economic interest, creation of a smart way to combine research, biotechnology, tourism, and aquaculture. It's a smart bay concept. It's very important to put all together in our country, but in the Mediterranean area where it's a very beautiful place, we can combine all activity together in sustainability point of view. That is very rapidly. I apologize for my absence, and I'm very enjoy on this project and very enjoy on this activity and today, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Caprino. And thank you very much for your contribution, your valuable contribution here today, even if it was only virtually. It's a shame we cannot have you here with us today. Any questions from the audience? No? Okay. Then I think we can move on to the next session. Thank you once again, Mr. Caprino, for your contribution and for your very insightful presentation.
Thank you all the people present. Thank you.
Bye-bye, take care. Okay, so now I think we can continue to the next presentation. So I would like to invite Mr. Petri Heinemann to the principal specialist from the Natural Resources Institute of Finland, to share with us his experience on aquaculture in Finland and future prospects. The floor is yours whenever you're ready.
Thank you. And good afternoon, everybody. I hope you're still awake, even though this has been a fairly long day and lots of interesting presentations have been given. I work for the Finnish Natural Resources Institute, which is an organization that was created in 2015 by merging 3 different research institutes together. Agriculture Research Institute, Forestry Research Institute, and Game and Fisheries Research Institutes. So nowadays we, let's say, cover quite wide area of different interests in natural resources. And this our institute, which shortened name is LUKE, has a vision of a sustainable future and well-being for renewable natural resources, or from renewable natural resources. And our mission is that through research, we create value and solutions for customers by solving local and global challenges. We are working in whole country in Finland. We have 22 locations, about 1,300 employees, and we use 130 million euros yearly. But about this presentation, I will be firstly telling about the situation and development of Finnish aquaculture, as that perhaps also gives you an opportunity to see that how things have been developing over there, and also you see the challenges we have had previously and which we are still facing. And then about the Aquaculture Strategy 2030. And our aquaculture sector has 2 main lines, rearing for stocking, restocking purposes, and food fish production. And this rearing for stocking has been very wide, especially in salmonids, salmon, trout, char, whitefish, and grayling, pike perch, and some cyprinids and pike also. And we have been also stocking our noble crayfish, as it let's say suffered in the history from crayfish plague, as in other areas also in Europe. And the production is done in land-based farms in inland waters, and also in natural food ponds where we rear the fish to fingerling size, so something like 10 centimeter size before they are stocked in the fall. Then in this food fish production, rainbow trout is the major species for us. And we have the European whitefish, so a Coregonus species being the second important species. Some brown trout, Arctic char are also cultivated. And also roe or caviar from the fishes is important for the industry. And a major part of the production is done in sea cages by the coastal areas of Finland and in the archipelago areas, and in flow-through farms in inland waters, and newly also in recycling aquaculture systems or RAS farms, which are mainly or established in inland waters. And we have these two different production environments. In mainland Finland, the flow-through farms are older because it's nowadays very difficult to get new farms in the inland water areas if they are not the RAS farms. And over there, the food fish production is done, and all of the brood fish activity, so egg production and fingerling production, is done in the mainland area. Then in the coastal areas of Finland, which the Baltic Sea is a brackish water area, the salinity being 7 per mils at the most at our southwestern coastal areas. There, the farming is done in floating net cages, and the on-growing is done to the final size. And we can see here since 1978 the stages of development of aquaculture in Finland. In the, let's say, 1970s and 80s, the industry was very strongly increasing, and the growth was very profitable for the companies. Then in late 80s, early 90s, the, let's say, production hit the top, and there was a strong adjustment to the world market and environmental constraints. Finland joined EU in 1995, and that had a very big influence in the way aquaculture was possible to protect as an industry in Finland. Then there was regressive production and tightening environmental policy and lowering the production. And then, let's say, since late in the 2005, 8 forward from there, more strong research and development collaboration was done, and new technologies and new growth started. And those figures you saw also that the sea areas importance and the growth has been done over there. The inland production seems to be pretty same all the time. And related to this production development, also there was aquaculture research activities. In 1970s, 80s, there was lots of research on production systems, on methods. Then when we hit the top, new fish species and diminishing nutrient loading was coming into the picture. After that, feed research, genetic selection, new species technologies, and nowadays site selection is more important, feeds and recycling nutrients and new technologies. And this fish stocking in Finland has been decreasing all the time. There is, of course, reasons or general reasons, trying to move from stocking to putting more money into the reconstruction of the environmental situation, building fishways and making the spawning habits better than earlier. But also that some of these species have been successfully stocked so that they have created reproducing stocks into the waters, lakes. And the value of the stocked species are nowadays some 20 million euros per year, and salmon and trout are the most important species. And nowadays all different kind of compensatory and obligatory stockings are the major role, as they have been given by court order for hydropower plants, water level regulations, industry and municipal wastes. And the value of the aquaculture production has developed by the production, but as you see from the, let's say, years from 2013 on, the value is increasing more strongly than the production, and the reason is that more valuable, or let's say farmers get better price for the fish and more valuable species. And in 2021, the total production in Finland was nearly 15,000 tons. 79% of that was produced in the sea area. 94% was rainbow trout and 5 European whitefish, so it's Coregonus species. And the value of the food fish production was a little bit over 73 million euros. And out of that, rainbow trout was 90%, it's whitefish 9%. And value that year was, for the juvenile fish production, nearly 25 million euros. And also the production is not coming down by itself, but also the amount of aquaculture enterprises has decreased. Those inland natural food pond farmers are fairly small farmers distributed different parts of the country, but their amount has been quite big. So the bigger companies are there in the sea areas and inland food fish and juvenile fish enterprises. And those aquaculture farms itself, amount has decreased to half during those 20 or 30 years. And the aquaculture production achievements, what has been achieved since 1990s through the feed development, more precise feeding methods, improved fish material. So we have breeding program on rainbow trout and whitefish. And this has reduced the phosphorus level by more than 80% and reducing the nitrogen load by almost 70%. And again, some pros and cons in our operational environment. Let's say positive issues are that there are lots of good quality waters in lakes, rivers, and coastal areas, good infrastructure and stable environment enterprises, innovative aquaculture sector, intensive production methods, high value species, and strong research and development. And negative aspects for us are strict environment legislation, heavy permission procedure, small permit size, rather small company size, and tight competition on domestic market with Norwegian salmon. And then about this, our aquaculture strategy for 2030. The main task is to accelerate the sustainable growth of the sector in accordance with the government program and the domestic fish promotion program. Significant developments in recent years have been development of fish farming in the open sea areas, where we wouldn't face so much problems with the other interests, and also the nutrient, let's say, discharge is considered, or let's say the areas can take it better. Then investments made in recycling aquaculture system. We have quite many farms in construction at the moment, but for them, there's lots of problems with making the activity very profitable. Then a continuous dialogue in the industry for the development of the sector, and aquaculture is transiting to a circular economy using more Baltic sea feed made of herring and sprat, which are caught in our waters. So going more for this kind of recycling those nutrients which are in the waters already. Then we have this domestic fish promotion program. Goal is that in 2035, Finns would eat 2.5 times a week fish. Nowadays they are eating 1.7 times. And this increase is, let's say, hoped to be able to fill by domestic production, and significant increase also in the amount of exported fish products from Finland to other countries. And total value of fisheries companies would increase by 70%, and employment in the sector from 5,000 people or person years to 8,000 person years. And calculated health benefits for the public health would be 1 to 2 billion euros, and reduces the carbon footprint of the diet by about 5 to 6% on average, as also heard in the previous presentation. And the aquaculture strategy vision for 2030 is that industry of sustainable growth. Aquaculture industry produces high quality and responsible food in response to consumer demand, and is an important part of Finland's security of supply. And this is really directed to that we would be able to produce more of this domestic food. Aquaculture production has increased to 25,000 tons in the mainland areas, and in the Åland Island areas between Finland and Sweden, there is an additional 6,000 to 10,000 tons of the production. And a degree of the domesticity would be more than 50%, as it is now only some 25%. And the growth does not jeopardize the achievements of the goals of water and marine management. And strategic choices to achieve these aquaculture strategy goals is a competitive and growth encouraging operating environment, sustainability and responsibility, and fish welfare and health. Very same issues as we have heard already here in several presentations. And legislation and administration support should support sustainably growth and renewal, as well as funding, research and development activities, and a functioning education system are the key factors in the competitive operating environment. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Petri. Any questions? Okay. Thank you very much for being here and for your time. We can proceed to the next presentation then. I would like to invite Dr. John Theodorou, Associate Professor from the Department of Fisheries and Aquaculture at the University of Patras, to join us to talk to us about technology innovation practices in Greek aquaculture. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon to everybody. This afternoon, I will try to introduce you on the several technologies and innovations that we have developed in our university. We are based in Mesologi and Patras. Patras is our main buildings. and Mesologi is the newly joined campus. It is inside the Natura region. As you see, I tried to put a map on the screen in order to understand our geography. Mesologi, you see that is in the middle of the central Mediterranean region. And even this position has a lot of, on the map, has a lot of to tell us. This map is from the GSM and the FAO origin. And it shows that the regions that we have to collaborate in the Western Greece, we are close to the Albanian borders with Adriatic riparian countries like as Croatia and Italy, northern Italy. And of course, we have another place in the central Mediterranean, that is the coastline of the, let's say here is Libya and here is Tunisia. And so there is plenty of space in order to make applications of our innovations, and is plenty of space with a lot of challenges, opportunities, and of course threats. Let's have a look what, let's introduce you in a few aspects that we are looking to develop in our research programs. We have the global change, we have the climate change, and also a lot of new species that are coming in our region. Some of them are opportunities, but some of them are threats, like as these Ascarians that are introduced in our coastlines, and they create a lot of troubles in the fish farming installations and also into the farm organisms. The next slides, please. Here you can see what is going on. We heard from the previous speakers that let's say the bivalve farming is a sustainable source with low carbon input and footprint. But of course, there are a lot of problems on this primary production. You see these animals that are colonized in the mussel farms and creates problems in the meat quality and also the health of the animals. Let's have a look at a few things that we produced and are demonstrated in Euronews on the green ocean emission.
The invasive species are coming from outside of Mediterranean, either through Gibraltar Canal or from Suez Canal, and these are species that move because of the climate change. Some of the species become more adapted and they expand. So we need to either control them or somehow use them. Also, they interact with native species, and that's not a good thing. Most of the time, they disturb the native biodiversity, and when something is disturbed, when an ecosystem is disturbed, then is getting unbalanced, and we don't know in which direction might go. It might go in a good direction, better for the ecosystem, or most of the times it goes in the wrong direction. So the ecosystem cannot sustain this kind of changes. Nature always knows how to react and work on that, but we must pay attention on these species because we don't really know how they will interact with the native species.
Go back again. So next slide. Another work that we are doing is we try to generate the dangerous populations, critical and dangerous population of pinna species. The last few years, there is a mass mortality in the whole Mediterranean of these species. And the catastrophe was completely disaster. Almost 90% of these stocks has been disappeared in the Mediterranean. And there is strong effort to see what to do. First of all, we try to identify which is the reason of this disaster. And we define that there is a mixture of pathogens that affect the animal. This was the first step. The second step, we try to see where, if there are a few stocks that survived, and we try to identify them and also to understand why, which is the reason that these stocks are survived. Based on this information, we try to protect these animals, to try to develop and exploit the to support their recruitment, and then to make a restocking. This is a quite interesting project because these are parallel projects. Similar projects are operated in Italy, in Spain, and also in the Ionian and also in Aegean Sea in Greece. So we try to boost this effort to support the local biodiversity. Our innovation, except the leading work fish pathology that are doing our University of Salonika, is that we use the social responsibility of the fish farmers, that they provide us field knowledge on the local knowledge, and also their equipment in order to make the field experiments. Like you see here, we put some collectors in the field, and through our effort, the Pinna Source is, let's say, a consortium of marine stakeholders, professional stakeholders that help us on the field in order to protect this animal and also to share communication, information, new information of the species. So a range of local actions are carried out in order to support the biodiversity survival of this animal. Let's go to the EXTRA-SMEs project and to the fish sector. A few years ago, I make a short presentation in a similar meeting like as this, and presenting how they evaluate through indicators in the States the environment, the quality standards of the Mediterranean species. Seafood Watch, there is an organization, a branch of Monterey Bay Aquarium in the States, that makes critical reviews about the species that the American consumers are used in order to their supplies. their criteria is sustainable criteria, and they make criticism on each stock that is coming into the States. Here we can see the sector of sea bass bream in the Mediterranean. Of course, not all of the production is coming from Europe, but from the riparian countries of the Mediterranean. And we can see how these species are evaluated, are evaluated by the Americans. They have several criteria, like as the data, how open is the data on its country or in its region, about the effluents, about the habitats, about the chemicals, the feeds, escapes, diseases, and some information about the wildlife mortalities and escapes from secondary species escape. We can see that in a lot of grades, we have green was okay, but we have also a few yellow and some red in terms of the use. The average score was red, and the mark was to recommendation to avoidance the sea bass and sea bream to get into the American market. Based on that, we try and we develop a project that it tries to give these answers to this. Sorry, one moment. To these figures. For us, we realize that this is a risk management. It recommends a risk management plan, and based on that, we try to use new technologies in order to document every action on these red recommendations, and we try to put emphasis on the prognosis, prevention, and proper diagnosis of fish disease in order to support the fish health management in practice. Based on this concept, sorry, there is a problem. Some slides are missing. I don't know why. No. Could you please? Sorry, there's missing few slides. Ναι. Προχώρησε. Ναι, πήγαινε πίσω. Εδώ. Here we have another species that is not. Sorry, because we miss project. Here we have another species that is coming from as invasive in our waters. Is the pearl oyster. Is a species that it comes from Suez and from tropical waters. It looks like us the pecten and also the oyster. It has adequate flesh, and we try to see how we can exploit it or how to make a commercial product. During the last few years that we have heat waves in the Mediterranean, and we have a almost complete disaster to the mussel industry, this species was very has no mortalities, and it has very good survival during the heat waves. So it might be, it is, not it might be, a good alternative species for the local species that already are under pressure. Let's have a look on a short film, the story about the species.
The Ebro Delta is Catalonia's largest wetland. He's come to gather large bivalve mollusks covering the shallows. But invasive species aren't just in Catalonia. In Greece, in the Gulf of Elefsina, west of Athens, local fisherman Yorgos is taking the plunge in search of another non-indigenous species. He's come to gather large bivalve mollusks covering the shallows. Originally from the Indo-Pacific region, they spread to this part of the Mediterranean through the Suez Canal, one of the primary pathways for non-indigenous species into the Mediterranean. A quick dive yields an abundant catch.
This is the so-called pearl oyster, Pinctada imbricata radiata. In addition to food, we sometimes find pearls. It can be consumed raw, baked, steamed, or fried in pasta or risotto.
The fishermen sell the pearl oysters to local fishmongers who then sell them for €5 per kilo, but the trade is constrained by a lack of regulation. Unlike mussels and other popular local mollusks, pearl oysters are considered an exotic species, and Greek legislation doesn't cover their exploitation for human consumption. John is working to change this. His research calls for the legalization of pearl oyster fishing in Greece so that they can be fished sustainably and sold for higher added value.
It's very important because it offers an alternative for the fishermen to improve their income as the pressure on the natural stocks of other shellfish increases due to overfishing and climate change.
Researchers at the University of Patras have concluded that pearl oysters don't harm endemic species and can be fished sustainably. They've drawn up new rules and standards for the whole value chain, from fishing specifications to best storage and transportation practices. Recipes with pearl oysters are already being studied at cooking schools like this one, soon to be served all along the Greek coastline.
People like this meal immensely. I would even call pearl oysters a superfood. They are rich in proteins with minimal carbohydrates and fat, and they have a lot of flavor and a delicious taste.
Legalization could be good for aquaculture too. In Sagiada, near the Albanian border in western Greece, Spiros and his father grow shellfish on submerged ropes. The only invasive species that gives them trouble is the translucent ascidians that need to be constantly removed. But the farmers don't mind the pearl oysters occasionally found among their main harvest. They say this could be another product to sell if the regulatory framework accounted for this non-indigenous species.
We can't grow them legally nor sell them. And so we just basically gather them for our own consumption whenever we have parties or whenever special people come.
The aquaculture sector is expanding rapidly in this part of Greece. Mussels and oysters help keep water clean from excessive nutrients. They're also a great healthy food source, so the cultivation of pearl oysters could be a harmonious fit.
It grows fast. It tastes good. The markets are present, so I think it's a matter of time to commercialize this new resource. We cannot eradicate the species. We have to co-evolve with them as a society and as a production sector.
The invasion of hundreds of non-indigenous species into the Mediterranean Sea over the past few decades is a major challenge, but it's also an opportunity for the fishing sector to adjust and make the most of it.
So this is a part of our work. It is a success story that we create value, and also we develop all the value chain. The only thing that we haven't developed is that we make a package for the government to build up the legislation, and in order to to legalize the speed, to make a modification in the legislation in order to be approval for fishing and also to cultivate it. But the government haven't signed anything yet. It took 10 months that we submit the proposal and all the legal framework in order to be operational. So we are talking a lot about science or about industry, but the problem is on the paperwork in Greece and also in the rest of Europe. And if the fishermen don't go to fish, or the farms don't go to produce fish, the other 7, 8 levels that are working with fish or sell fish will be disappeared. This is a new product. We have a far away. We develop all the basic study from the field up to the fork, let's say, and we are ready for the next round of this project, and also to potentially work in the rest of the central Mediterranean or Mediterranean. Let's go to the next slide, please. Yes, next one. Yes, here is our website. You can find more information about the PINA and the developments that we have done. We try to develop technologies, aquaculture-based technologies for support and protect the biodiversity. This is our innovation. We have the technologies from the mass cultivation of and experience from, let's say, the farm species like Acibas, bream, and bivalves. And we try to use these techniques in order to enhance the natural environment. Next, continue, please. Πήγαινε στο 8, 9. Okay, στο 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. Now we try to see, as I mentioned before, how the red rank to become yellow, let's say, and pass to the green, which is acceptable in the States. In order to do that, we run this project that we use state-of-the-art technologies in order to improve the welfare and fish health, and to answer to these recommendations from the States. Continue, please. We use state-of-the-art management systems, and also a multidisciplinary knowledge team from the computer and software engineers of the University of Patras, and also the Department of Biology of Aristotelian University, and also another team from the University of Crete, in order to give this answer. But this project is a well-promised project, because the applications can be expanded to the whole Mediterranean and to the rest of the species, farm species that have commercial interest. So it's a good, it has good potential, and also we think that the delivery might be a spin-off company of you, Patras. Continue, please. The critical point of this work is high innovative because it works from the environmental stressors to the suborganismal level in biochemical, biomolecular, and physiological level that gives early warnings about the health. Then it passed to individual level, looking about the fish pathology, the bioenergetics and reproduction, and at population level on growth, on population structure, and population success. Working on this multi-level approach, we try to manage the fish in the cages and the final product on the plate of the consumer. Continue, please. So, all of these stories have something common. The common is something that is written here, looking how to rank our work beyond academia and closer to the society. If you make research that is close to the demand of the society, we think that this is the major criteria to orient the R&D in the university. Here is my laboratory that hosted me when I did my postgraduate studies. This is in North Wales, in Bangor, Menai Bridge. You see, this is the research boat. This is a donation from a Greek ship owner. It's very, very expensive tool, but it is a tool. If we pass our mind that where is the position of Patras and Mesologi, where we're based, and what we can do with the tools, with the existing tools that we have, and the opportunities that we can develop, we can really make a blue growth, because we produce good science, but we export the science. We have to go to applications, local-based, with international standards and status. I would like, and also to organizational committee of extra-SMEs. I was years ago in a small part of these projects, and I would like to the team from the University of Patras who coordinates this approach. And the next one. And you are welcome to Mesologi. That is our base. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I suggest, since more presentation left, that we proceed so that we can close the session earlier. So I would like to invite Mr. Dimitrios Mitropoulos, from the General Directorate of Rural Economy and Veterinary of the region of Peloponnese, to take the floor. Whenever you're ready, please.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλό απόγευμα. Ονομάζομαι Μητρόπουλος Δημήτρης, είμαι γεωπόνος και είμαι αναπληρωτής Γενικός Διευθυντής Αγροτικής Οικονομίας και Κτηνιατρικής στην περιφέρεια Πελοποννήσου. Κύριο αντικείμενο της υπηρεσίας μας είναι η υποστήριξη του πρωτογενούς τομέα. Οι υδατοκαλλιέργειες αποτελούν και αυτές ένα σημαντικό τμήμα του πρωτογενού τομέα και γι' αυτό λοιπόν είναι προφανές, γιατί ήταν ιδιαίτερη ευχαρίστηση για μένα να ανταποκριθώ θετικά στον κύριο Φίφα και να είμαι εδώ σήμερα μαζί σας.
So I'm very happy to be here with you today.
Κύριο αντικείμενο της υπηρεσίας μας είναι η υποστήριξη του πρωτογενούς τομέα. Οι υδατοκαλλιέργειες αποτελούν τμήμα αυτού.
The primary focus of our work is to support the primary sector, and the aquacultures are part of this effort as well.
Έτσι, είναι εύκολο να καταλάβουμε γιατί ήταν ευχαρίστηση για μένα η πρόσκληση του κύριου Φίφα να είμαι σήμερα εδώ μαζί σας.
It is for this reason that we can understand why it was a pleasure for me to be invited here by Mr. Fifas to be here with you today.
The pleasure is mutual, Dimitris. Thank you for coming here.
Θα σας δείξω εδώ ποιος είναι ο σκοπός της παρουσίας, ποιοι είναι οι κύριοι στόχοι. Η παρουσίαση έχει οργανωθεί σε 3 ενότητες. Η πρώτη αφορά τις αρμοδιότητες της υπηρεσίας μας.
So I will present with you here the structure of my presentation. It is divided into 3 subsections. The first one consists of the responsibilities of our services.
Η δεύτερη ενότητα αφορά στο νομικό πλαίσιο που αφορά τις υδατοκαλλιέργειες στην Ελλάδα. Και το νομικό πλαίσιο θα αναλυθεί σε 3 επίπεδα που αφορά στην εγκατάσταση και λειτουργία των επιχειρήσεων, στο χωροταξικό σχεδιασμό και στην προστασία του περιβάλλοντος.
The second one consists of the legal and administrative framework, which can again be divided into 3 subsections. The first one being aquaculture installation and operations, the second one being spatial planning, and the third and final one being the environmental protection.
Και το τρίτο μέρος της παρουσίασης έχει να κάνει με την υφιστάμενη κατάσταση στην περιφέρεια Πελοποννήσου.
And the final one being the current situation in the region of the Peloponnese.
Ακούγοντας τις προηγούμενες παρουσιάσεις, νομίζω ότι για το αντικείμενο του συνεδρίου οι 2 πρώτες από τις ενότητες έχουν ιδιαίτερη σημασία και έτσι την τρίτη θα την περάσουμε πολύ γρήγορα.
Okay, having in mind the previous content of this conference today, I believe that the first 2 sections are more relevant, so we will emphasize on these ones, and we will briefly summarize the third one as well.
Η υπηρεσία μας επιδρά με τις υδατοκαλλιέργειες με 3 δομές της, που είναι τα τμήματα αλληλείας, η διεύθυνση κτηνιατρικής και τα τμήματα φυτικής και ζωικής παραγωγής.
So the General Directorate of Regional Agriculture and Veterinary Medicine is responsible for the coordination and the operation of the following units with the focus on the related activities: the Fisheries Department, the Directorate of Veterinary, and the Crop and Animal Production Regional Units.
Τα τμήματα αλληλείας είναι υπεύθυνα για την γνωμοδότηση για την παραχώρηση, μίσθωση, αναμίσθωση υδάτινων εκτάσεων, για την ίδρυση, επέκταση και μετεγκατάσταση μονάδων υδατοκαλλιέργειας, καθώς και για τη χορήγηση άδειας ίδρυσης και λειτουργίας.
So the Fisheries Department is responsible for granting, leasing and subleasing water areas establishment, expansion and relocation of aquaculture units, as well as of the licensing for their establishment and operation.
Σύμφωνη γνώμη για την εισαγωγή από το εξωτερικό ζώων των υδρόβιων ζώων.
The agreement of the importation of like aquatic animals from abroad.
Την έκδοση πάσης φύσεως βεβαιώσεων που αφορούν σε μονάδες υδατοκαλλιέργειας.
Issuing all kinds of certificates concerning aquaculture and processing units.
Η διαπίστωση τυχόν παραβάσεων από υδατοκαλλιεργητές που αφορούν σε αυθαίρετη κατάληψη υδάτινων εκτάσεων, στην άρνηση ελέγχων από ελεγκτικούς μηχανισμούς κλπ.
The detection of any violations by aquaculture establishments concerning occupation of water areas, the refusal of authorities' control, and the failure of the data regarding the notification of establishments and operations of the units.
Η Διεύθυνση Κτηνιατρικής είναι υπεύθυνη για την έγκριση των κτηνιατρικών υγειονομικών όρων των επιχειρήσεων παραγωγής προϊόντων υδατοκαλλιέργειας και εγκαταστάσεων μεταποίησης τροφίμων, προκειμένου αυτές να καταχωρηθούν στον ειδικό μητρό του Υπουργείου Αγροτικής Ανάπτυξης και Τροφίμων.
Sorry. No, the approval of the, excuse me. Apologies for this. So the approval of veterinary health conditions in companies produced aquaculture production and food supplying facilities in order to be registered in the official register of the aquatic production businesses and authorized processing establishments.
Είναι επίσης υπεύθυνη για την εποπτεία της υγείας των ζώων στις υδατοκαλλιέργειες, καθώς επίσης και την εφαρμογή του προγράμματος ελέγχου καταλήπων.
It is also responsible for the supervision of aquatic health, animal health, and the implementation of the residue control program.
Η Διεύθυνση Κτηνιατρικής επίσης είναι υπεύθυνη για τον συνολικό έλεγχο της διαπίστωσης στη συμμόρφωση στις διάφορες νομικές δεσμεύσεις.
So the Director of Veterinary for regional units are also responsible for the control to establishment compliance with all veterinary legislation, for the sanitation operation conditions, legislation, veterinary medical products, animal byproducts legislation, and animal protection and welfare legislation.
Και η τρίτη δομή της υπηρεσίας μας που έχει σχέση με τις υδατοκαλλιέργειες και είναι τα τμήματα φυτικής και ζωικής παραγωγής των περιφερειακών ενωτήτων, έχουν να κάνουν με την εποπτεία της κυκλοφορίας των ηχθειοτροφών που χρησιμοποιούνται από τις υδατοκαλλιέργειες.
The third, the first, sorry, can you?
Είναι υπεύθυνη για την εποπτεία της κυκλοφορίας των ηχθειοτροφών που χρησιμοποιούν οι υδατοκαλλιέργειες.
The responsible.
Sorry. Okay.
The crop and animal production units are responsible for the controls of fish feed compound.
Και τώρα θα περάσουμε στο νομικό διοικητικό πλαίσιο που ισχύει για τις υδατοκαλλιέργειες.
And now we will proceed to the second section, which consists of the legal framework and administrative framework that is in place for the aquaculture sector.
Ο βασικός νόμος που αφορά τις υδατοκαλλιέργειες είναι ο 4284 του 2014, όπου εκεί καθορίζονται όλες οι βασικές προϋποθέσεις για την ίδρυση και λειτουργία μιας μονάδας υδατοκαλλιέργειας.
So the basic law which is in place as regards the aquaculture sector is Law 4282 from 2014, the development of the aquaculture center and other provisions, and the law defines the institutional framework for the development of the aquaculture sector in terms of granting the use of water area for the establishment of a unit, as well as for the procedure of granting a license to establish and operate aquaculture units.
Εδώ υπάρχουν και κάποιοι ακόμη νόμοι που χρειάζονται για τη λειτουργία της υδατοκαλλιέργειας. Δεν θα αναφερθούμε αναλυτικά, απλά το δείχνουμε σαν ένα γενικό πλαίσιο.
Here there are some additional laws in place that refers to the aquaculture sector in Greece. We will not refer to them analytically. However, we refer to them just for your reference.
Ένα βασικό σημείο είναι ότι η αρμόδια αρχή για την έκδοση, ίδρυσης και λειτουργίας της άδειας για τις υδατοκαλλιέργειες είναι η Διεύθυνση Αγροτικών Υποθέσεων της Αποκεντρωμένης Διοίκησης. Δηλαδή δεν είναι κάποια από τις δικές μας υπηρεσίες.
For the insurance of a license, establish and operate the Department of Agricultural Affairs of the decentralized administration within those administrative boundaries, the aquaculture unit is established in the competent agency.
Ένα πολύ βασικό σημείο είναι ότι όσο αφορά την περιβαλλοντική αδειοδότηση αυτών των μονάδων, υπεύθυνο είναι το Υπουργείο ή η αποκεντρωμένη διοίκηση, και αυτό εξαρτάται από το μέγεθος, την κατηγορία δηλαδή την περιβαλλοντική στην οποία εντάσσεται η μονάδα.
The component environmental service of the Ministry of Environmental Energy or the component of environmental service of the decentralized administration and the component water directors of the decentralized administration are the ones responsible for the approval of environmental conditions or commitments.
Και ένα τελευταίο κομμάτι που αφορά την εγκατάσταση τέτοιων μονάδων έχει να κάνει με εγκαταστάσεις που πρέπει να φτιαχτούν στη στεριά. Εδώ πολλές υπηρεσίες αναμειχνύονται Απλά τις αναφέρω για να δείξουμε πόσο πολύπλοκο είναι τελικά το θέμα της αδειοδότησης.
So here, this is the last section, which I'm just making reference to, for the land-based installations, which are accompanying and supporting projects of aquaculture. It is also necessary to issue permits for the insurance of which the Land and Forestry Service are involved.
Και εδώ ερχόμαστε στο βασικότερο κομμάτι που αφορά το νομικό πλαίσιο και είναι αυτό του χωροταξικού σχεδιασμού. Αναφέρθηκε ήδη από προηγούμενους ομιλητές, το είπε και ο κύριος Κόκκινος, το είπε και η κυρία από την Ιταλία και ο πρώτος κύριος που μίλησε από τη Φιλανδία, πιθανόν και κάποιοι άλλοι, ότι υπάρχει ένα πολύ μεγάλο πρόβλημα όταν προσπαθούμε να χωροθετήσουμε υδατοκαλλιέργειες. Κανένας δεν τις θέλει, όλοι θέλουμε να φάμε τα ψάρια.
And here we come to the issue of spatial planning, which was referred to by many of the previous speakers as well. In the legislative framework and the approval of special framework of spatial planning and substantial development of aquaculture and strategic study of its environmental effects, the aquaculture development areas are defined with the perspective of establishing the organized aquaculture development areas.
Τελευταίο θα το πω γιατί από τον νόμο ορίζονται κάποιες περιοχές ανάπτυξης τιοκαλλιέργειας. Εδώ έχουμε δύο επίπεδα. Το πρώτο είναι οι περιοχές ανάπτυξης τιοκαλλιέργειας που οι περιφέρειες ζητάνε από το Υπουργείο να ορίσει και αν αυτό γίνει αποδεκτό, τότε έχουμε τις περιοχές οργανωμένης ανάπτυξης ιχθυοκαλλιέργειας. Αρμόδια αρχή για να οριστεί μια περιοχή ως οργανωμένη περιοχή ανάπτυξης ιχθυοκαλλιέργειας είναι το Υπουργείο Ενέργειας και Περιβάλλοντος. Στην περιφέρεια Πελοποννήσου έχουν γίνει αιτήματα για δύο περιοχές, καμία όμως ακόμα δεν έχει θεσμοθετηθεί.
Okay, so the responsible body for the aquaculture sector is the Ministry of Environment. However, in the region of the Peloponnese, this
δεν έχει καμία θεσμοθετηθεί ακόμα.
There have been two applications, but actually there have not been approved yet.
Το τρίτο επίπεδο νομικό αφορά την προστασία του περιβάλλοντος. Το είπαν και προηγούμενοι ομιλητές, το ευρωπαϊκό πλαίσιο είναι ιδιαίτερα αυστηρό και είναι ένας από τους περιοριστικούς παράγοντες για την ανάπτυξη της ιχθυοκαλλιέργειας. Και εδώ έχουμε κάποιους νόμους που εφαρμόζουν σε αυτό.
So the third aspect of the legal framework is the environmental aspect. Here we have some laws with reference, which are in place with reference to the environmental aspects and the relevant provisions.
Σύμφωνα με τους ευρωπαϊκούς κανονισμούς, το κάθε μέλος της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης θα πρέπει να παρουσιάζει το δικό του πολυετές εθνικό στρατηγικό πλαίσιο για την ανάπτυξη των υδατοκαλλιεργειών. Το σχέδιο αυτό θα πρέπει να περιλαμβάνει τους στόχους, χρονοδιαγράμματα κλπ. Για την ανάπτυξη των υδατοκαλλιεργειών.
So according to the European regulations, each member state of the EU should present its own multi-year national strategy framework for the aquaculture development. This plan should include objectives and timetables set for the aquaculture development overall.
Το σχέδιο αυτό εγκρίνεται από την Ευρωπαϊκή Επιτροπή και οποιασδήποτε δράση για τις υδατοκαλλιέργειες θα πρέπει να είναι στα πλαίσια του σχεδίου. Σε αυτή τη φάση, από ό,τι ξέρουμε, εν ώψη της προγραμματικής περίοδου 2021-2027, θα συνταχθεί από το ΕΠΑΤ σε συνεργασία με συναρμόδιες υπηρεσίες το αναθεωρημένο σχέδιο.
So the plan is approved by the European Commission, and any actions for aquaculture should be within the framework of the plan. In this phase, and in view of the programming period 2021-2027, a revised pre-ennial framework will be drawn up by the Ministry of Agriculture Development in cooperation with the competent and relevant authorities.
Σύμφωνα με τον χωροταξικό σχεδιασμό για τις υδατοκαλλιέργειες στην περιφέρεια Πελοποννήσου, Καθορίζονται περιοχές οι οποίες έχουν κατάλληλα περιβαλλοντικά χαρακτηριστικά, αλλά και έχουν ήδη ανεπτυγμένη κάποια δραστηριότητα.
So, according to the spatial planning for aquaculture in the Peloponnese region, the following aquaculture development areas are defined as suitable areas for the establishment and development of aquaculture.
Στην περιφέρεια Πελοποννήσου, λοιπόν, αναπτύσσονται 3 περιοχές αυτή τη στιγμή με υδατοκαλλιέργειες. Η μία είναι εδώ στην Κορινθία, η άλλη είναι εκεί και αφορούν την Αργολίδα και αυτές εδώ αφορούν την Αρκαδία.
So, at the moment in the region of the Peloponnese, there are 3 basic areas that focus on aquaculture. The first one is in Corinthia, the second one is in Arkolida, and the third one is in, sorry, can you repeat? In Arkadia.
Με βάση τις προτάσεις που έχουν γίνει από την περιφέρεια και επεξεργάζονται αυτή τη στιγμή από το Υπουργείο, αυτή εδώ η έκταση αποτελέσει τη μία οργανωμένη περιοχή που είναι ο Σαλονικός και αυτή εδώ η έκταση θα αποτελέσει μια οργανωμένη περιοχή που θα περιλαμβάνει αυτά που σήμερα είναι στην Αργολίδα και στην Αρκαδία.
So according to the plan that has been sent to the ministry and is being studied at the moment, the plan is to have 2 organizational aquaculture sectors, the one being focused in Argolida. And
Sorry.
In Argolida.
And the one here is.
And second one are Saronikos.
Εδώ βλέπουμε σε ένα πίνακα πώς είναι σήμερα η κατάσταση και πώς προβλέπεται να γίνει εάν οι 2 περιοχές οργανωμένης ανάπτυξης τυοκαλλιεργειών θεσμοθετηθούν τελικά. Βλέπουμε ότι υπάρχει πολύ μεγάλη αύξηση της δυναμικότητας.
So in this table, we can see the situation as it is now and how it is forecasted to become in case these 2 locations spatial planning in the region will be established finally.
Αυτή τη στιγμή στην Πελοπόννησο δραστηριοποιούνται 23 μονάδες στην Αργολίδα, 15 μονάδες στην Κορινθία και 5 στην Αρκαδία.
So at the moment, we have 23 units which are active in Argolida, 15 in Corinthia, and 5 in Arkadia.
Στην Αρκαδία υπάρχει επίσης και μια πολύ μικρή μονάδα υδροκαλλιέργειας εσωτερικών υδάτων με κύριο είδος την πέστροφα.
At the moment, in Arkadia, there is also a unit which focuses on the production of trout.
Αυτά τα στοιχεία τα έδειξαν και κάποιοι προηγούμενοι. Απλά αυτό που θέλουμε να πούμε είναι ότι περίπου το 14% των ανθρώπων που εργάζονται στις υδατοκαλλιέργειες είναι στην περιφέρεια Πελοποννήσου.
These statistics were also shown by the previous speakers, but we want to say that approximately 14% of the workforce that is currently working in aquaculture in Greece is in the region of Peloponnese.
Στόχοι για τον κλάδο των υδατοκαλλιεργειών για την περίοδο από το 2021 μέχρι το 2030, όπως αυτούς τους βρίσκουμε μέσα από το Υπουργείο Αγροτικής Ανάπτυξης και Τροφίμων, είναι πρώτος στόχος η απλούστευση των διοικητικών διαδικασιών σε συνδυασμό με τα υψηλά περιβαλλοντικά πρότυπα.
So these are the main 3 objectives that, as they are presented for the 2021-2030 period by the ministry. So the first one is the simplification of administrative procedures combined with the high environmental standards with the aim of preserving ecosystems and biodiversity.
Η εσωτερική αγορά έχει ικανότητα να απορροφήσει τουλάχιστον την τριπλάσια από την υφιστάμενη παραγωγική ικανότητα. Η εξασφάλιση ασφαλών, υγιεινών και βιώσιμων τροφίμων στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση αποτελεί μια προτεραιότητα.
Secondly, the internal market has the capacity to absorb at least 3 times the existing production capacity, and thereby also ensuring safe, healthy, and sustainable food in the EU should be also one of the top priorities.
Η επίτευξη ίσων ανταγωνισμού στην εσωτερική αγορά είναι στόχος. Αυτό μπορεί να επιτευχθεί μόνο με την εξασφάλιση της πλήρους συμμόρφωσης με τα πρότυπα της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης για όλα τα προϊόντα που πολλούνται στην εσωτερική αγορά, είτε παράγονται τοπικά είτε εισάγονται. Αυτό είναι αξιοσημείωτο ότι αποτελεί ζητούμενο για το σύνολο του πρωτογενή τομέα.
So the achievement of a level playing field in the internal market, this can only be achieved by ensuring full compliance with the EU standards for all products sold in the internal market, and whether produced locally or whether they are actually imported.
Και ο τελευταίος στόχος είναι η ανταλλαγή των βέλτιστων πρακτικών, όπως πολλές φορές ακούσαμε σήμερα στη διάρκεια αυτού του συνεδρίου.
And finally, the fourth point is the exchange of best practices amongst the EU member states, as we have seen and heard many times within the context of today's conference.
Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ και ελπίζω κάποια από αυτά που αναφέρθηκαν σε σχέση με τις γραφειοκρατικές μας λειτουργίες να βοηθήσουν στο στόχο του συνεδρίου σας.
Thank you very much, and I hope some of these administrative processes that were referred to today contribute and help to the aims of your conference. Do we have any questions from the audience? Thank you very much.
Okay. Before concluding today's event, first of all, I would like to thank you all, the participants, the speakers, the stakeholders, everyone who attended this meeting. Before concluding, we would like all here to exchange a little more experience or thoughts or insights, because we are in front of a new programming period. That means that the new policies, strategies are already concluded with their discussions and consultations, so they are going to start be implemented. So if any of the participating partners wants to share insights for the specific aquaculture sector that seems to be different than the previous programming period, we are all here and you are more than welcome to share it with us. So does anyone want to share any insight from their perspective?
Any thoughts? It's welcome. Any thoughts? Please.
As I mentioned before, we have existing technologies that we have developed that can be adapted to the Mediterranean riparian countries. So we can share our experience in different scales, from demo projects and also on different uses of aquaculture. Let's say we have who can develop ecological engineering projects based on aquaculture or fish health monitoring and biodiversity conservation based on technologies. So I think that we can share our experience. I see also that, let's say, Italians are working similar tasks. So why not to make something coordinated?
So the suggestion is a follow-up project maybe of this one, or something with more aspects to explore. Probably, yes, this could be a very good option, either in the same program that the EXTRA-SMEs is under, or other programs that could fund such a project, a follow-up project. Do not forget, as Etienne just mentioned in his presentation, our project was the only one in aquaculture sector, so that shows that there are EU funds, and the EU is there to see more about this sector. We were the only ones the previous programming period to showcase this issue. Ioana, do you want to share something?
Okay. I suppose we can conclude our today's conference. I would like to thank you all for your attendance, your patience, and I hope it has been a fruitful day for all of us. Mind you, this is the first project in aquaculture from our region, and I hope to continue for the next next programming period, to carry on with this. Never mind. And I presume you will be more interested in the new phases of another project to follow up. And the person for that to coordinate, of course, is Vasiliki, okay? So don't hesitate to come into contact with her and exchange your thoughts and ideas. Now, if you want to say something, this is the right time, unless you're all tired and you want to go and change and come back later for dinner. So call it a day. Yes.
I think this is a yes, a big yes. Okay,
So silent is yes.
Before going to the exit, we need to have a family photo for the project and to send it to Etienne also. Thank you very much once again. We will meet again for dinner later today. We arranged the shuttle for transfer for whoever wants. So we will share the information right after the family photo, okay? Thank you once again very much all throughout all the project duration. I hope for the upcoming months till its end to continue collaborating in this successful way. Thank you very much all. Come for a family photo.
One additional comment. We will have the dinner at 7 o'clock. So in case, because it will be in Izmir, at 6:30, there will be a shuttle bus from the lobby that will take you directly to the restaurant and back.
Okay, I'll see you back there then. Bye-bye, thank you.
Bye to our remote participants also.
Bye.
You for here.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
You know, you know, you know.
You're not till the end of time. It's plain to see. You're not till the end of time. It's plain to see. You're not till the end of time. It's plain to see. You're not till the end of time for you. It's time to breathe. You're not till the end of time. Your mind is plain to see. You're not till the end of time for you. Your mind is plain to see. You're not till the end of time. Your mind feels like for me.